Chapter 266 End of the Great Battle. Sorry, my shop hasn't been doing too well lately, and I really can't lower my price like that. How about this? I'm not that unreasonable. I'll give you 3 hours to slowly consider whether or not you want to take my price. Don't worry, I'm not impatient, said Long Chen. Gui Yen almost fainted from rage. His disciples wouldn't even be able to last an hour, let alone 3. This was clearly him refusing to let them off. Now there were less than 500 corrupt disciples left. As for the righteous disciples facing them, they were still fighting strongly and their numbers were barely dropping by now. Fine, I agree to your conditions. Hurry up and stop, roared Gui Yen furiously. Hearing Gui Yan's voice, the corrupt disciples sighed in relief, lowering their weapons. But those righteous disciples still didn't stop. In just an instant, over 10 corrupt disciples were cut down, their expressions filled with bewilderment, a single thought floating in their minds. Isn't it already over? Why'd you still kill me? I'm sorry, what did you say? I couldn't hear it. Long Chen tilted his head to him. Bastard, I said I agreed to your terms. Stop. Gui Yan's anger soared, his hair standing on end, his face green from fury. His angry roar caused the entire battlefield to shake. Oh, now I can hear you. So sorry. Brothers, stop attacking and fall back. Only then did Long Chen shout out his orders. In reality, he also wished to completely exterminate all these corrupt disciples. But that would not be strategically smart. These corrupt disciples were Gui Yan's final hope. If they were completely killed, Gui Yan really wouldn't have any misgivings and would go completely crazy. And in his craziness, it would not be possible for Tu Feng to completely block him. Once Gui Yan went completely crazy, just the aftershocks of his attacks would be able to slaughter these junior disciples. And so killing all the remaining corrupt disciples wasn't worth it. Long Chen knew that was what Gui Yan had to be thinking, and so he only angered him to the perfect point. These remaining 500 people would be left behind as a slight hope for the corrupt path. After all, after experiencing such a huge battle, these remaining disciples were all elites amongst elites. There was still a chance for them to rise again. So Long Chen was leaving them alive to prevent Gui Yan going crazy, keeping more of the righteous disciples alive. As for whether there really was a chance of them rising again, Long Chen didn't really care. In any case, his goal had been achieved. On the battlefield, he would be an undefeatable warrior going all out to kill his opponents. But as a leader, he had to remain his calm, making sure to calculate everything. That was why he preferred to battle rather than scheme. It was much more satisfying for him to resolve his problems with his fists rather than with his head. Following Long Chen's voice, the Righteous Path's disciples withdrew to stand by Long Chen. Only then did the corrupt disciples completely relax. Over half their number collapsed on the ground panting, while another portion of them simply fainted. Their bodies and mental strength had been pushed to the absolute limit during that battle. Following the junior disciples' battle ceasing, the senior disciples and elders also stopped. Tang Waner supported a pale Chu Yao over to Long Chen. Long Chen was extremely distressed to see her like that. Sorry, I was too much of a spendthrift. I ended up spending up everything before it was over. Long Chen's last attack had used up all of Chu Yao's spiritual qi. If he hadn't, he wouldn't have been able to block Yin Luo's final attack that had contained natural energy as well. And so Chu Yao had not only used up all her spiritual energy, but her mind had received an acute impact at the end. Looking at Long Chen, Chu Yao felt a burst of warmth in her heart. Long Chen was still the same Long Chen to her. No matter where he went, he was always the star, radiating a light that not even favored were able to conceal. In her heart, Long Chen was a true hero. No matter how strong she became, Long Chen still didn't fall behind at all. Under his lead, the entire battlefield had reversed perfectly. She gently tidied Long Chen up a bit, fixing his disheveled hair. Her eyes were filled with pride for him. Tu Feng led a bunch of elder and senior disciples over to this side as well. But when Long Chen looked at the crowd, his expression suddenly changed. Where's Wild? Wild's giant figure was nowhere to be seen, giving him a fright. Calm down, he's just sleeping, laughed Tangwan. She pointed, showing him there were 8 disciples carrying a huge wooden bed. Wild was snoring loudly on top of it. Wild had managed to kill the hatchet-wielding favored, but immediately after, the red light faded from his body and he fell asleep. No matter what they did, he wouldn't wake up. Although Long Chen didn't know what exactly was going on, it was obvious it had to do with that abnormal state Wild had been in. It was as if something had awoken within Wild while he had been fighting. Long Chen didn't know what it was, but as long as Wild was okay, it was fine. Looking over everyone, Long Chen's heart sunk. As he had expected, the fighting had been extremely cruel. It was impossible for everyone to manage to survive. Of their original 3,000 righteous disciples, only 1,000 remained. The monastery had come into this battle with over 1,700 disciples. But now, they numbered less than 800. Although he had long since anticipated such a bitter result, the number of casualties had been even greater than he had thought. That number represented the lives of his friends, brothers, comrades. Long Chen saw that many familiar faces had disappeared, forever gone from this world. That caused Long Chen such pain and anger that he angrily roared at the corrupt path's experts. "What are you bastards still waiting for? Hurry up and hand over all your spatial rings. If anyone dares try to hide any, we'll immediately start fighting again, not resting till death." Long Chen had been mostly calm this entire time, but his eyes had turned completely red after he had looked over everyone who had returned, and everyone who had not. How could the righteous disciples not know what Long Chen was thinking? Whether it was the monastery's disciples or the other righteous disciples, they all felt Long Chen was a true 100% man. Despite being so powerful, he didn't have any of that lofty, solitary mannerism of an expert. Instead, he was someone who treated each of his friends as a brother. Despite Long Chen doing his best to cover up his pain, everyone could tell how deeply affected he was inside. No rest till death. No rest till death. No rest till death. The righteous disciples, who had only just calmed down, once more erupted in anger. Clenching their weapons tightly, they seemed like a pack of ferocious animals, viciously glaring at the corrupt disciples. Gui Yen had actually been intent on bargaining the price down when he saw the battle calm down, but now seeing that the slightest spark might cause a final, all-out massacre, he hastily ordered the corrupt disciples to hand over their spatial rings. Those corrupt disciples all sighed sorrowfully. The rules of the world had changed now. These righteous disciples definitely far surpassed the corrupt disciples in terms of fierceness. Only once all the corrupt disciples handed over their spatial rings did the righteous disciples finally calm down slightly. "All of you just wait. This isn't over." Gui Yen viciously glared at Long Chen before bringing the corrupt disciples away. Their originally grand and vast army had truly been decimated this time. Of over 20,000 new disciples, they only managed to leave with 500 alive. This was an unprecedented defeat for them. "Long Chen, you should keep this golden spear." Song Mingyuan and Luo Tsang walked over, carrying Yin Luo's golden spear. Long Chen knew this was a spirit weapon and was extremely powerful. But in terms of heaviness, it was slightly lower than Devil Decapitate. Furthermore, he was unaccustomed to using a spear. He said to Emon Yen, "How about you take this as your spoils of war? You'll be able to justify yourself with this once you return." From what Emon Yen had said, Long Chen knew that he had actually run away from home in hopes of defeating Yin Luo. Unfortunately, Yin Luo was just too powerful. Even with the two of them joining hands, they were unable to kill him. And in truth, it wasn't just the two of them joining hands, but 3. If it hadn't been for Chu Yao, Long Chen and Emon Yen would both have died under Yin Luo's final attack containing natural energy. Even with the 3 of them working together, they were still unable to make him stay behind. Emon Yen and Long Chen felt a bit helpless about that. They had no choice but to admit Yin Luo was too powerful. "I already have my spoils of war. What could be better than this?" Emon Yen was no longer as indifferent as before. Holding Yin Luo's severed leg, he proudly stroked it a couple times. Everyone shivered in repulsion. He was looking at that leg like it was a tender, lovable leg of a beauty that had enchanted him. Weighing this spear, Long Chen sensed it was 30% lighter than Devil Decapitate. If he hadn't had a weapon advantage during his fight with Yin Luo, it might not have been possible for him to force him back. Sinking into thought for a moment, he thought to himself that there was no one else within this new generation of disciples who was capable of wielding it. But then he realized that there was one person. "Gu Yang!" shouted Long Chen. Gu Yang walked over from out of the crowd. His broken arms and other injuries had already been healed by the Skywood Palace's experts. Other than his spiritual qi being exhausted, he was completely fine. "You're also specialized in strength. You can have this spear. Try it." Long Chen held out the spear to Gu Yang. Gu Yang's eyes reddened slightly. He wanted to take it, and yet he also didn't dare to take it. Long Chen, stop wasting words and take it. This thing's too heavy and my arm's getting sore. Long Chen straightforwardly pushed the spear into Gu Yang's arms. Gu Yang stumbled back several steps from its incredible weight before being able to stabilize himself. Gu Yang was incredibly moved. Even in his entire family, they only had a single treasure on the same level as this spear. But Long Chen had simply directly given it to him. He had once forced Long Chen into a land of absolute death, and yet Long Chen didn't hold the slightest grudge anymore. Even with Gu Yang's haughty nature, his eyes brimmed with tears. "Long Chen, you don't need to say anything about giving your heart to me. I'm sure you already know what kind of man I am. I only like beautiful women." Long Chen hastily shook his head, not wanting to hear Gu Yang's emotional words. Everyone couldn't help but to laugh. Tang Wan'er blushed, stealthily glancing at Chu Yao. She saw that Chu Yao was just laughing without the slightest anger. "Since the battle's over, I should also return." Emon Yen walked over to Long Chen. Chapter 267 Condemnation. Long Chen was startled. "Why are you in such a rush? Didn't you say you wanted to get a drink first?" A peerless genius like Emon Yen was fated to be lonely. The feeling of being peerless was not as great as everyone thought. Within the same generation, it was almost impossible to have a single good friend. That kind of feeling was not a pleasant one. Both chickens and eagles grow up from being chicks. But as time passes, the eagle is destined to spread its wings and soar into the sky. That was why, although he had been extremely unwilling, he had had no choice but to leave behind Shifeng, Fatty Yu, Shou Ho, and the others back in Phoenix Cry. They were destined to not be able to stay together forever. Cultivation was a path of no retreat. Once you stepped onto that path, you had no choice but to continue advancing. There was no chance to turn back. But if you could have a couple genuine brothers with you on this path, then it would definitely be much more enjoyable. However, such people were really just too hard to find. If the only ones beside Long Chen were weaklings, there was no way he could take care of them forever. Once danger appeared, Long Chen couldn't protect them all the time. He would only be able to watch as they unwillingly died one by one. That kind of feeling was too painful. That was why Long Chen would normally act so frivolous and juvenile, acting as if he didn't have a care in the world. But in reality, Long Chen was somewhat afraid to care too much. He was afraid to see those close to him die. Emon Yen was the only person he had encountered so far who could also stand high above his peers as well. And at the end, Emon Yen had even taken out his precious treasure to block that terrifying hand, saving his life. Long Chen really did want to make friends with Emon Yen. So seeing he wanted to leave so quickly was definitely saddening to him. Emon Yen laughed. "Those old fellows always scolded me for not living up to their expectations. They said if I didn't properly cultivate, I'd be thrown behind sooner or later by others. In reality, I never accepted that. Back when I was just 10, I secretly ran off and eliminated a whole bandit stronghold. By myself, I killed over 300 bandits. Back then, I was only at the 9th heaven stage of chi condensation. And yet I was able to kill those blood condensation bandits as easily as slaughtering chickens. From then on, whenever they scolded me, I would always be so incredibly infuriated that I would run off to act as some wandering knight. I've definitely run into a few dangerous situations. However, I never met a single person in the same realm who could block more than 3 of my arrows. Now that I've met you and Yin Luo, I definitely feel a sense of crisis from the 2 of you. That's especially true of you, Longchen. You really are a monster. Although you had your comrade's assistance in the end, your potential really is absolutely limitless. Even I'm afraid of it. I've received many benefits from this battle. When I get back, I will enter seclusion so that I won't get thrown off by you. Everyone was startled. Mo Nian, who was incredibly powerful, was actually feeling a great deal of pressure from Longchen. Mo Nian was so powerful that he had shocked everyone. All alone, he had been able to fight against Yin Luo, a once-in-a-thousand-year genius from the corrupt path. Longchen nodded. He understood what Mo Nian meant. After experiencing such a large battle, he had naturally gained some insights. If he then went into seclusion to consolidate those insights, that would be extremely beneficial to his future. He definitely couldn't miss this golden period. Longchen, you are definitely now one of my, Mo Nian's, good friends. If you have time, come to Qing Prefecture to find me. Anyone will be able to tell you where to find my Mo gate. But after he said that, he then realized it was a bit unsuitable and added, however, I'd advise you not to come now. The Jiuli secret realm will quickly open. Your Su Prefecture also has an entrance, and you'll definitely have to attend. You are definitely powerful, but at that time, all 7 prefectures' top geniuses will gather. Countless righteous and corrupt disciples will be present. With your current cultivation base, you'll definitely end up suffering. You should hurry and break through to tendon transformation. Longchen was slightly surprised. He had heard of the Jiuli secret realm, and it seemed like a very mysterious existence. He hadn't expected Mo Nian to know about it as well. 7 prefectures experts would all participate in the opening of the Jiuli secret realm? Longchen didn't even know what kind of concept a prefecture was, but he could guess that a single prefecture must span a frighteningly large area of land. Longchen bitterly smiled, I'll do my best. Of course he wanted to break through to tendon transformation, but he sensed that for some unknown reason, he was currently at a complete bottleneck. That bottleneck kept him completely locked at blood condensation. And most irritating of all, he had no idea what this bottleneck was from or how to break through it. Longchen simply knew too little about the 9-star Hegemon body art. He would need to grope around its mysteries to advance faster. That Yin Luo is incredibly terrifying. The most terrifying part about him isn't his talent, but how ruthless the corrupt path has been. I suspect that his sect sacrificed one of their own Xiantian experts for him. They transplanted that Xiantian expert's Xiantian essence blood into his body. Due to the limits of his cultivation base, he can still only use a trace of that Xiantian essence blood's energy. Furthermore, based on what I saw, he should have only just gained that essence blood, and so his control is still extremely low. But with a bit more time, his cultivation base will grow higher and he'll grow more familiar with his Xiantian essence blood. That will be when he is most terrifying. Don't think that because you severed a leg that he won't be able to enter bone forging. His body will easily recover with the assistance of spirit pills. If we don't take advantage of our time to cultivate, then once we encounter him in the Jiuli secret realm, we'll be the ones to die. Mo Nian's voice was extremely grave. His words caused all of them, even Tu Fong, to have their hearts pound wildly. They had sacrificed a Xiantian expert for a genius? That was incredibly ruthless. Most likely only the corrupt path would be able to do that. Even Tu Fong, who was at the peak of meridian opening, was only able to slightly sense natural energy, let alone use it for his own purposes. That was because his body had yet to take that final step, transforming from Hotian to Xiantian. He, along with everyone else present, was rejected from doing so by heaven and earth. Xiantian experts were practically gods in the eyes of these people. But for a single disciple, the corrupt path had sacrificed such a godlike existence. That caused everyone to feel a chill. At the same time, their terror of Yin Luo increased even further. He had yet to even refine his Xiantian essence blood, but he was already so powerful. Once he became used to the Xiantian essence blood in his body, Would there still be someone capable of subduing him? Even Long Chen felt a great deal of pressure. The only reason he had been able to fight on the same level as Emon Yen and Yin Luo this time was because of Chu Yao. Without her sharing her spiritual qi with him, Long Chen would have already died to that corrupt elder, let alone Yin Luo. I'm going to go now. Let's meet again in the Jioli secret realm. We'll have a proper drink then. Emon Yen took out a jade tablet. That jade tile was also made of white jade and emitted a spiritual fluctuation. Seeing Long Chen staring intently at his jade tablet, Emon Yen thought he had never seen such a magical trick, and so he laughed. This jade tablet is called a teleportation jade. A Xiantian expert used their spiritual strength to carve extremely powerful runes inside it. Once activated, it will be able to open a teleportation portal for a short period of time for long-distance travel. Due to the powerful spiritual strength within the teleportation jade, not only can it be used to open a teleportation portal, it also has a spiritual calming effect, allowing people to quickly enter a meditative state. So its other name is Soul Calming Jade. All large sects have it. But this little plaything is somewhat precious, and so some stingy fellows aren't willing to give them out. After speaking, Emon Yen inserted his spiritual strength into the jade tablet. The jade lit up with brilliant light, opening a spatial door in midair. That door was over 30 meters tall and semi-translucent. Runes densely covered it, and it almost looked like a solid door. Goodbye. Emon Yen said a single goodbye to Long Chen before stepping into the spatial door, completely disappearing. Once Emon Yen faded away, the spatial door also faded. Long Chen's heart was pounding wildly. He stealthily clenched his own jade pendant that his parents had left for him. It was his only clue to unraveling the mysteries around his origin. Tightly clenching that jade pendant, he sensed that as long as he inserted his spiritual strength into it, he would immediately be able to find out the truth. But Long Chen still remembered that huge river that had been cut open by a single expert slash. According to his current understanding, only an expert at the Xiantian realm could possibly possess that strength. Furthermore, that powerful figure had then sacrificed his life, using the empty Dao transformation technique to conceal his tracks. Before he had sacrificed himself, he had left behind a single warning for him. If he was unable to stand at the peak of the martial path, then he was not to investigate his origin. Clenching that jade pendant, Long Chen had an urge to immediately unravel this whole mystery. But there was a voice that came from the depths of his soul that told him if he did activate this jade pendant, he would definitely die. Only a couple breaths passed, yet to Long Chen, they felt like years. In the end, he decided to trust his intuition and put away his jade pendant. Can you help me out? Go bring back the blood left behind by that huge hand, said Long Chen. Tang Wana was curious, but she nodded, going over to the edge of the battlefield. Ling Yunzi's sword had injured that huge hand, causing a large drop of blood to land there. Watching Tang Wanner's figure going into the distance, Chu Yao smiled at Long Chen and winked. This big sister seems to listen to you closely. Long Chen blushed in embarrassment. In the monastery, he normally felt closest to Tang Wana, so without even thinking about it, he had called out to her. It's not like I said anything about it. What are you so red for? What are you collecting that blood for? Chu Yao reached out to hold Long Chen's hand, laughing. Just to make some nice soup. Long Chen was relieved that Chu Yao wasn't actually angry and joked. As if anyone would believe that. Chu Yao rolled her eyes at Long Chen. Since he didn't want to say, she wouldn't force it. That blood wasn't Xiantian essence blood, but it did contain Xiantian spiritual qi. To most people, that was essentially useless. But as a pill cultivator with pill god memories, that blood was a priceless treasure to Long Chen. After a moment, Tang Wan'er came back with a large jug half filled with blood. Surprisingly, that blood hadn't dissolved into the earth, but had kept the shape of a spherical bead. It had just lain on the ground, releasing a powerful pressure. Long Chen excitedly collected that jug of Xiantian blood. All of a sudden, Tu Feng's icy voice rang out. We've won the battle now, but there's still one more matter to handle. Who was it that led that corrupt elder to Long Chen? Chapter 268 Unexpected. Tu Feng's words caused all the elders' expressions to change, especially Elder Sun. Terror appeared in his eyes and he hastily hid himself in the crowd. When he had been fighting that corrupt elder, he had intentionally faked that he wasn't a match for him and had been forced back over and over, leading him towards Long Chen. Then he had been sent flying by a powerful blow and just happened to become entangled with another corrupt elder. On the chaotic battlefield, he had thought that his actions had been completely perfectly without anyone noticing. He hadn't expected anyone to suspect anything. However, Elder Sun naturally wouldn't admit to it now. If Tu Feng was just guessing and using scare tactics, then if he admit his crime, he really would be an idiot. In any case, he didn't believe that anyone had any proof that he had purposely drew that corrupt elder over. So he acted as if he didn't know what he was talking about. Elder Sun, do you not have anything to say? Tu Feng icily glared at Elder Sun, killing intent surfacing within his eyes. Although Tu Feng had been fighting all out against Gui Yen, both of them had known that it would be impossible for them to kill the other. They had been keeping watch over the battlefield as they had fought. He hadn't seen Elder Sun leading that corrupt elder over to Long Chen, but he had seen that when Long Chen and that corrupt elder had begun fighting, it had been Elder Sun who had been the closest. Although he had quickly charged at another corrupt elder, Tu Feng had still noticed that. With his knowledge of how Elder Sun had constantly been targeting Long Chen, how could Tu Feng possibly not realize that Elder Sun had set that up? Tu Feng was no longer capable of enduring. Long Chen might be a divergent, and so he couldn't purposefully interfere with his matters or give him any special treatment, but this was no longer special treatment. He would never allow Elder Sun to do such a thing to any of his disciples. With that kind of justification, then even if he handled Elder Sun, he wouldn't be infected by any karma. And so Tu Feng was finally prepared to execute this completely idiotic Elder Sun. Elder Sun's expression changed and he asked, why would enforcement elders say such a thing? Everyone else was startled, looking from Tu Feng and Elder Sun in confusion, not knowing what was going on. Within that crowd, only Long Chen knew the whole story. But currently, Long Chen was pondering over something and didn't say anything. Do you not even know what you've done? Snorted Tu Feng. Disciple doesn't understand. Please explain it clearly, enforcement elder. Elder Sun was panicked inside, but he still acted confused. Although the two of them were both elders, Tu Feng was the most senior and most powerful elder in the Shantian monastery. The other elders had to call themselves disciples in front of him to display their respect. Fine then. That corrupt elder was originally your opponent. Why would you be defeated and have to run from him? He was also at the 8 temper bone forging level, the same as you, so don't try and tell me that you weren't his match, icily said Tu Feng. Elder Sun said with shame, Disciple had a problem with his aura when cultivating a few days ago, causing damage to my meridians. That caused my combat ability to sharply drop. If enforcement elder does not believe me, you can personally examine it. Disciple is a member of the monastery and has received the monastery's kindness. How could I possibly intentionally harm the monastery's disciples? Elder Sun stubbornly declared he hadn't done it on purpose. Furthermore, as a cunning old fox, he had already made his preparations. During the battle, he had purposely harmed his meridians just for this. There was no way to check at what time the meridians had been injured. In other words, that was rock-solid proof that he hadn't done it on purpose. Tu Feng sneered, long since knowing Elder Sun would say that. But he had his own secret arts to determine the veracity of Elder Sun's words. Seeing that sneer, Elder Sun felt a chill. If Tu Feng were to determine that he had intentionally harmed Long Chen, then with Tu Feng's upright nature, he would definitely die. Elder Sun began to sweat. Tu Feng was about to continue with Long Chen suddenly interrupted. This matter isn't Elder Sun's fault. The battlefield is constantly chaotic, and no one can make any absolute guarantees. I'll testify that Elder Sun tried to charge over to save me many times, but he was always blocked by the corrupt paths experts. He was also helpless. And so I'd like to ask Elder Tu Feng not to blame Elder Sun. Although Elder's son wasn't able to help, I will definitely remember his intentions. Long Chen's words dumbfounded Tu Fong. He wondered if Long Chen had suddenly become an idiot. Was he unable to tell that he had been purposely targeting him? He was pleading for Elder's son's innocence. Even Elder's son was stunned. He had definitely never thought Long Chen would go out of his way to help him. But he also wasn't afraid. As long as he stubbornly declared that his meridians had been damaged and he had been weakened, he would be fine. He hadn't left behind any mistakes. Tu Fong didn't know what Long Chen was thinking, but since Long Chen didn't want him to continue looking into this matter, he could only drop it. For this corrupt and righteous battle, other than a certain sect, everyone's display was excellent, Tu Fong said to everyone. Of course, when he said, other than a certain sect, everyone's gazes turned to the Bloodnet sect's assistant sect leader. All of the Bloodnet sect's disciples had fled without a single one remaining behind. Although many other sects had had cowardly disciples who had run, they all had at least a few disciples who had stayed. It was only a question of how many had fled and how many had stayed. But no matter how many or how few, or even whether they had managed to survive, that was still a kind of honor for those sects. The Bloodnet sect's assistant sect leader had no way to refute this at all. Today had really been shameful for him. Long Chen, as the head commander of the battle this time, you announce the rewards and punishments, said Tu Fong. Me? Long Chen was startled. Yes. The sect leader appointed you as commander, so you have the authority. Even I do not have the right to oppose your orders, smiled Tu Fong. Long Chen was amazed. He had thought himself to just be a small disciple of the Xiantian monastery. He hadn't expected his responsibilities to be so heavy now. Seeing everyone looking at him, Long Chen didn't decline and straightforwardly announced, let's talk about the punishment first. I feel like there's nothing to punish. No one is born with the courage to be unafraid of death. This is more due to how they were raised, so it's not the fault of those disciples. Being afraid of death is natural, and I don't blame them. That's because not one of them was one of my brothers, and so their actions also can't count as betrayal. As for how their own sects handle them, that'll be up to each individual sect. Our monastery will not interfere. Everyone was shocked. Whether it was in the secular world or the cultivation world, deserters who fled right before battle would all be executed. But Long Chen was just letting them off just like that. Those sect elders were extremely grateful to Long Chen for that, but they also were filled with shame. Long Chen's magnanimity almost made them too ashamed to show their faces. As for rewards, that's whatever. Every single person who is capable of standing beside me are my brothers. We're all willing to give up our lives, so who would care about how much the rewards are? Smiled Long Chen. The righteous disciples were all filled with pride. Being called brother by Long Chen, they felt as if they had suddenly grown much taller. On the battlefield, Long Chen was like a god of war, consecutively killing the top enemy disciples, and then even killing a corrupt elder. He was even able to fight Yin Luo, a genius who only appeared once every 1,000 years, and he had managed to sever one of his legs. To be called brother by this practically unrivaled godlike figure, all of them were incredibly moved. They were willing to risk their lives with Long Chen. They wouldn't even hesitate to sacrifice their lives. Looking at those worshipful gazes, Tu Fong sighed emotionally. This was the level of Long Chen's charisma. Those beside him would gladly fight for him. Even the other elders looked at Long Chen with admiration. Long Chen was a natural-born leader. No one else had that kind of bold spirit. When it came to the rewards, even the elders didn't view them so importantly anymore. That was because they saw the newfound determination in their disciples' eyes. They trusted that after experiencing this battle, those disciples would definitely have amazing accomplishments in the future. In fact, that was precisely what Long Chen had said just before the battle. Those who managed to survive would definitely become absolutely amazing experts. That was especially true of those core disciples. They had all awakened their ancestral marks. It would be impossible for them not to become amazing experts. Tu Fong finally decided to act in accordance to the previous years. They would distribute awards to the various sects in accordance to how many living members they had at the end. But those rewards would not be distributed immediately. The monastery would have to send the heads back to the Xiantian supermonastery first and get the rewards from there. As for what to do now, the first thing to do was to clean up the battlefield. They had to gather the corrupt disciples' corpses as well. They couldn't let their corpses just lie there. Once those experts' corpses began to rot, that would release a huge epidemic. They had to be brought away and burned by them. Once the battlefield had been cleaned up, an elder walked over with a certain corpse. Looking at that corpse, everyone was silent for a moment. That corpse was the corrupt elder that Long Chen had killed. Within this region, an 8-temper bone forging expert was an expert that only the Xiantian monastery or perhaps the Skywood Palace had the resources to raise. Furthermore, even the monastery only had 8 elders who were on the level of this 8-temper bone forging elder. Such a powerful existence had died to Long Chen. That shocked everyone. That corpse was collected by Tu Feng. It was the strongest corrupt expert to die during this battle. An 8-temper bone forging expert contained a vast amount of life energy. It was extremely difficult to kill them. Even if they met another 8-temper bone forging expert and were unable to defeat them, couldn't they just run? So in all the years of battles between the righteous and corrupt paths here, it seemed this was the first time an expert of this level died. And most inconceivable of all was that such an expert hadn't been killed someone in the same realm as him, but by a disciple who was only at the blood condensation realm. Tu Feng decided to send this corpse to the Xiantian supermonastery. If the Xiantian supermonastery were to learn that such an incredibly powerful disciple had appeared in their monastery, they would definitely send down endless resources, grooming Long Chen with their full strength. After cleaning the battlefield, the various sect elders brought their disciples away. But those disciples didn't leave before bowing to Long Chen respectfully. That bow wasn't just because of their respect for him, but because they were incredibly grateful to him. It was Long Chen who had showed them what kind of person was worthy of being called a cultivator. Long Chen was like a shining beacon on their cultivation paths, lighting up their way forward and showing them what they had to do to advance. As for these brave warriors who had just fought a blood-soaked battle, Long Chen really did feel as close to them as brothers. Long Chen waved out to each of them in farewell. Once they had all left, only the monastery's elders and disciples were present. Long Chen suddenly turned to Tu Feng. "Elder Tu Feng, I miss my home. I want to return for a bit." Chapter 269 Returning Home. The curtains had set on this righteous and corrupt battle. This battle had shocked both sides, and there was no one who didn't know Long Chen's name. He was praised as Su Prefecture's #1 junior generation. Although he was only at the peak of blood condensation, he was unrivaled within the tendon transformation realm, capable of even consecutively killing favored. That caused a huge wave within the corrupt path. This time, they had achieved an unprecedented level of power and brought several times the number of disciples compared to before. There were even 5 favored who had appeared at the same time. This generation was acclaimed as their strongest generation. They had expected their disciples to utterly slaughter the righteous disciples. But when Gui Yen brought the remaining, decimated disciples back, the entire corrupt path of this region was dumbfounded. Of over 20,000 disciples, only 500 had returned. Furthermore, 3 of their favored had died. The one acclaimed as a genius who only appeared once in 1,000 years, Yin Luo, had actually had one of his legs severed. That news greatly shocked the corrupt path. They were practically unable to believe this result. After doing a detailed investigation, they finally heard the whole story. Just Long Chen's name struck terror in the hearts of the corrupt disciples now. That was especially true of the corrupt disciples who had managed to survive that battle. Just hearing his name would make them shiver from head to toe. Long Chen's strength caused a great deal of pressure for the corrupt path's experts. The higher-ups of the corrupt path had even held a special meeting just to decide how to handle Long Chen. And the result was that those corrupt path experts all unanimously voted that Long Chen could not be allowed to live. Otherwise, he would definitely pose a fatal threat to them once he matured. They distributed Long Chen's name and picture to all the various corrupt powers, and he was placed on their must-kill list. And in fact, this region's corrupt path's high-level members even sent the news up to their higher-ups. After all, the appearance of such a threat had to be told to the higher-ups for them to think of a way to kill him. Long Chen was a disciple of the Xiantian monastery. Being so powerful, he would definitely be cherished and protected. It'd be impossible for them to kill him secretly. This region's corrupt path would need to borrow the strength of the higher-ups to handle this. Yin Luo had quickly grown back his leg with his sex help. But although his outer wounds had healed, the humiliation he felt practically drove him mad. He had always been acclaimed as a once-in-a-thousand-year genius. He had never met a match in the same realm, and even Favored found it difficult to last even 10 exchanges with him. He, who possessed the strength to jump realms and kill experts, had actually had his leg cut off by a blood condensation brat. That kind of humiliation was unacceptable to him. After recovering, Yin Luo went into seclusion, sending out word that once he left seclusion, he would personally go cut off Long Chen and Emon Yen's heads. Long Chen didn't care the slightest bit about the righteous and corrupt path's commotion. Currently he was hurrying to Phoenix Cry, wanting to reunite with everyone. However, Long Chen wasn't alone. Wild, Chu Yao, Tang Wan'er, and Little Snow were with him. Originally, Tang Wan'er hadn't been planning on going back with Long Chen. But for some reason, Chu Yao had pulled her in. Tang Wan'er had had no choice but to follow along with a red face. Long Chen could sense those two girls were acting weird. Whenever he wasn't paying attention, they would always stealthily be whispering about something. Long Chen had tried several times to secretly investigate what they were talking about, but he was always noticed by Chu Yao. As a favored, Chu Yao's spiritual strength wasn't much weaker than his own. Furthermore, after absorbing that favored's Tao mark, Tang Wan'er had managed to miraculously retain its power, also becoming a favored. It was said that favored contained a trace of heaven and earth's karmic luck. Once you became a favored, you would obtain heaven and earth's blessing, allowing you to cultivate twice as fast with half the effort. Tang Wan'er said that after she absorbed that Tao mark and had the assistance of the heavenly Taos, she had begun to feel a much greater affinity for heaven and earth's spiritual qi. At the same time, she also found that her wind energy had changed, becoming incredibly powerful. It could be said that her luck had been very good. In comparison, after Chu Yao had killed her opponent, she had immediately tossed that corpse to Yi Zhiqiu. Yi Zhiqiu had also absorbed that favored Tao mark, but unfortunately, she had failed. That Tao mark had only paused in her body for a moment before fading away. As for Wild, once he had killed his opponent, he had also tried absorbing his Tao mark. But he had also failed. Of the three of them, only Tang Wan'er had succeeded. And so it could be seen that to steal the heavenly Tao's karmic luck depended greatly on chance. Karmic luck was extremely profound and mysterious. It was almost illusory and seemingly non-existent. But it was definitely a real thing. It was simply too mysterious to completely understand. Hey, what are you two whispering about? If you have anything hurtful to say, just say it loudly for everyone. Long Chen was somewhat discontented. Long Chen and Wild were walking at the front, while Chu Yao and Tang Wan'er were riding Little Snow, keeping far behind them. Occasionally their quiet, tinkling laughter would ring out. Hearing Long Chen's grumbling, Chu Yao laughed and didn't reply. Tang Wo was the one who said, "You bad scoundrel, are you unhappy about us having our fun things to talk about?" Although Long Chen acted discontented, he actually felt a huge pressure fall off his shoulders. He was relieved to see that Chu Yao didn't feel any resentment because of Tang Wan'er's existence. But he was extremely curious how a bizarre, fiery girl like Tang Wan'er was able to converse so happily with Chu Yao, who normally didn't like to talk too much and was even a bit shy. That was inconceivable to Long Chen. Wild suddenly said, "Brother Long, let's hurry up. My stomach's rumbling. I'm going to faint from the hunger." Ever since Wild had awakened, he had gone all out to eat. He practically went crazy from hunger. He didn't even care if it was meat. As long as it was edible, he would swallow it immediately. All the rations in their spatial rings had already been eaten away by Wild. But even so, Wild's stomach was still constantly rumbling like a loud drum, causing them to laugh in surprise. Wild, what was with your body changing color back then? Asked Long Chin. Wild's skin had turned a red color on that day, and he had looked like an awakened beast, releasing a will that caused even Long Chin to shiver. I don't know. In any case, whenever I get angry, I'll end up awakening a strange energy. That energy is extremely powerful. But once I use that energy, I'll immediately become starving. Normally, if my master isn't by my side, I don't dare use that energy because I'm afraid I'll really starve to death, explained Wild, feeling somewhat vexed. According to Wild's explanation, his body was hiding a strange kind of energy. And according to what he said, it seemed that energy didn't come from his body, but his soul. Of course, that conclusion was guessed by Long Chin. Wild was unable to clearly explain where that energy came from. Every time he would use that energy, Wild would go through several days of feeling starving and would need to constantly eat. His stomach was like a bottomless pit, and no matter how much he ate, it would be useless during the next few days. There was one time when Wild had been hunting and he had encountered a 4th-rank magical beast. At a critical juncture of life and death, he had ended up using that energy. As a result, he managed to kill that powerful magical beast, but he almost starved to death in the mountains. In the end, he even ate the magical beast's bones, only then managing to ward off his hunger. Just thinking about that time would fill Wild with terror. Hunger was easily capable of driving a man crazy. That was a kind of cruelty was sometimes even worse than torture. That was especially true for Wild with his special constitution. He didn't use any spiritual chi when he fought. He relied solely on his physical body to fight. Once he was exhausted, his body cells would demand food from Wild. That was why the Wild's hunger level was unimaginably greater than an average person's. Before he had met Long Chin, Wild had endured periods of hunger, but it hadn't been so bad. However, as his body grew stronger, that feeling of hunger became more and more unbearable. It wasn't that his ability to endure had dropped, but that his body's requirements had grown too large. Now he practically needed to constantly eat. But there was one good thing about his hunger. Due to him quickening his footsteps in his haste, they quickly arrived in the Phoenix Cry Empire. After another short period of travel, the imperial capital appeared in front of them. As soon as Long Chin entered the capital, he caused a huge commotion as people came to greet him. Long Chin saw many familiar faces. Fatty Yu, Shou Ho, and all the others were present to give Long Chin an embrace with crazy joy. Long Chin naturally gave them all a laughing greeting, but said he wanted to return home to see his parents first. He made a promise to go out drinking with them later at night. It had been over half a year since he had been home. Looking at his familiar estate gate, Long Chin felt a burst of emotion. The gates had already been newly decorated. In fact, all the walls had been newly washed and painted, and it was the entire noble estate had been transformed. Compared to how destitute it had been when he had left, it was completely different. Long Chin had just been about to push open the door when he heard his mom's discontented voice from within. Chinner's returned. I'm definitely going to go see him right now. Why must you make me wait for him here with you? Just let us mother and son see each other a bit earlier. You at least got to see Chinner at the border, so you're at ease. But I never got to see him. Long Tianxiao's deep voice responded, This is for your own good. There's too many people over there, so it's inconvenient. The large gate was pushed open. Long Chen finally got to see that figure which he thought about day and night. His voice trembled as he called out, Mom! Mrs. Long had been grumbling at Long Tianxiao. Suddenly hearing Long Chen's voice, her body shook, and she hastily turned to see her son's figure standing there. She was unable to hold back her tears any longer. Chen! Long Chen rushed into his mother's embrace, also crying, Mom, your son has been unfilial. Although Mrs. Long might not be his birth mother, Long Chen knew she had invested her whole life to him, raising him like her real son. They were no different than a biological mother and son. The fact that he had left to face the outside world had been a great impact on Mrs. And so this time when he saw his mother again, Long Chen was filled with guilt. Good child, don't cry. It's good as long as you can return. Come, let Mom see if you've gotten too thin. Mrs. Long gently caressed Long Chen's cheeks. She saw that after being gone for half a year, that immaturity on his face had already disappeared, replaced with a firm determination. She exclaimed, "Good, my son has really grown up to be a real man. I really am happy. But I also knows you must have experienced many hardships during this, so I also feel sorry for you. If you have more to say, there are rooms inside. There's also guests waiting," reminded Long Tianxiao. Only then did Mrs. Long notice there were others. Hastily wiping away her tears, she greeted everyone and brought them in. The first words from Wild's mouth were that he was starving to death, so Long Tianxiao quickly told people to get cooking. In fact, he even informed the imperial cooks to come help, because they all knew just how much Wild could eat. Entering a room, Long Chen was holding his mother's hand when his expression suddenly became odd. Carefully looking at his mother, his eyes were filled with surprise and joy. Chapter 270 Father's Advice. Mom, you? Long Chen's jaw dropped as he looked at his mother in surprise. Mrs. Long blushed, embarrassed to be stared at like this by her son. She viciously cut at Long Tianxiao with her eyes, angrily saying, "It's all your father's fault. He really doesn't know how to be decent." Long Chen hadn't noticed at first, but now he realized that his mother's belly had swelled slightly. She had actually become pregnant. Back when Mrs. Long had first miscarried, she had been filled with pain. Luckily, Long Tianxiao had brought back Long Chen just a few days later, filling that hole in Mrs. Long's heart. The two of them both treated him like a gift from the heavens, giving Long Chen all their love. But not long after, their Long family had been drawn into a conspiracy, and Long Tianxiao had been forced to stay away from the capital. In reality, both Mrs. Long and Long Tianxiao were in the prime of their lives. Now that the storm had passed and they were at peace, the two of them no longer needed to stay parted all the time. The two of them were actually delighted that she had become pregnant again. "Congratulations, Dad. Congratulations, Mom," heartily laughed Long Chen. Long Tianxiao laughed with him, but Mrs. Long turned even redder. Her son had already grown up, but she was still unwilling to let go of him. "Mom, let me feel your pulse and let me see if you're carrying a little brother or a little sister," laughed Long Chen. Mrs. Long had recovered slightly from her embarrassment by now, and she shook her head. "Grandmaster has already helped me check. It's a daughter." Mrs. Long gently rubbed her belly, a loving light shining on her face. "The heavens really have been kind to me. Even in my later years, they sent me a daughter. Everyone says that daughters are closest to their mothers. I really have been blessed." "A little sister, excellent." Long Chen nodded. His mother was just an ordinary mortal incapable of cultivating. She was approaching her 40s. For her to become pregnant at such a time really was a kind gift from the heavens. With a child by his mother's side, she wouldn't spend all her days worrying about him. She would be able to pass her days much happier. "Aya, we've been talking so much, I forgot about our guests." Mrs. Long really had been too happy and had completely forgotten about Chu Yao and Tang Wan. "No problem, they're all family," laughed Long Chen. Long Chen had only said this without thinking about it, and Chu Yao was completely fine with it. But Tang Wan blushed. Obviously calling her family caused her to feel a bit odd. Her heart was pounding, but a trace of joy appeared in her eyes. "Aunt Long Chen's right. There's no guests here, only family." Chu Yao came up and wrapped her arm around Mrs. Long's arm. This isn't an outsider, but a close female friend from Long Chen's sect, Tang Wan. Long Chen was startled. Close female friend? When did that happen? Wan greets Aunt Long. Tang Wan hastily paid her respects. She appeared bashful and graceful, a completely different display from how fiery she was with Long Chen normally. "Ha, what a beautiful maiden. It's rare to find someone so cute, sensible, and sweet-tempered. Your character's very similar to Yao. Long Chen, you bad child, what are you secretly laughing about?" Seeing Long Chen was doing his best to hold back his laughter to the side, Mrs. Long held onto Tang Wanner's hand and demanded. Long Chen really was unable to hold back his laughter. How could cute, sensible, and sweet-tempered be used to describe Tang Wanner? You guys can talk for now. I won't bother you any longer. I'll go talk with Dad. Long Chen knew he would definitely get unequal treatment if he stayed here with these three women. He quickly went over to where his dad was. Arriving beneath an old tree in the rear court, Long Chen and Long Tianxiao sat atop a stone bench. Long Tianxiao looked up at that old tree and sighed. Time really passes quickly. I still remember when you were just a snot-nosed child holding that wooden sword, constantly challenging me to a duel. Now you've already grown up, reaching a level that even I, your father, can only look up to. Long Tianxiao looked at Long Chen. His gaze contained pride, but it also contained a trace of sorrow. Although Long Tianxiao was a magnanimous person, it was impossible for a father to completely hold back his deep love for his child. Long Chen felt a burst of emotion as he remembered how when he was young, his father would accompany him under this tree, playing with him and teaching him how to use the sword while his mother watched and laughed to the side. Now he had grown stronger, so strong that he could easily subdue an entire empire. But that kind of joy from his childhood would never return again. That was something being more powerful was incapable of fixing. This was just the cruelness of time. As time passed, it continuously pushed people forward. Once a moment had passed, it was impossible to return to. Son, your father cannot help you with anything in terms of cultivation. But there is one thing you have to remember. The more powerful a person becomes, the easier it will be for them to lose their original heart. So you absolutely can't have any intentions of being some lonely dominator. Otherwise, the further you walk, the fewer people you will have walking beside you. Eventually you will be all alone, becoming a violent, tyrannical monster who will only believe in your own strength. That will lead you down the devil path. Long Tianxiao was extremely grave. The reason Long Tianxiao gave this warning to Long Chen was because Long Chen always laid his inner heart bare to him. He could sense that there was a terrifying, tyrannical aura within Long Chen's bones. That was a desire that wished to destroy the entire world. If Long Chen were to allow that desire to overcome his senses, then Long Chen really might end up falling onto the devil path, becoming a true demon king. The stronger a person was, the easier it was to lose their original heart. That was because they only believed in their own strength. They didn't have confidence in anyone else beside them. The corrupt path's experts were like that. They only trusted in themselves. They didn't trust anyone else. They revered strength, revered slaughter, and thought that power was everything. Long Tianxiao was worried that Long Chen would one day walk down a similar path. Long Chen was just too strong, and it would be easy for him to lose his way. Dad, don't worry. I understand. No matter how strong a person is, without someone guarding their back, they'll definitely die sooner or later. I will definitely leave my back to those I trust, nodded Long Chen. Ah, good. You really are worthy of being my Long Tianxiao's son. You are the pride of my life. Long Tianxiao laughed heartily, patting Long Chen on the shoulders. Actually, Dad, you are my real idol. Long Chen gazed at his father sincerely. Arrogantly looking down on all beneath the heavens, being unafraid of death, caring deeply about relations and emotions, being sincere and heartfelt. In Long Chen's opinion, that was how a real hero should be. In comparison, those experts with higher cultivation bases but who spent all day contemplating despicable little schemes were all just piles of dog's shit in Long Chen's eyes. No matter how high their cultivation bases rose, they would never be heroes. At most, they would just go from a small lump of dog's shit to a big lump of dog's shit. There was no qualitative change. Ah, let's go. The food should be ready now. Us father and son definitely have to have a proper taste. Long Tianxiao pulled Long Chen into a dining room. By this point in time, Long Tianxiao was the main pillar of the entire empire. His orders were no different from the emperor's orders. The palace's hundreds of chefs had all rushed over the Long estate now, working all out to bring out their finest delicacies. By the time Long Chen and Long Tianxiao arrived, there were already over 200 chefs that were working efficiently. At the front was a table where Wild was sitting alone. Those chefs were all quickly bringing plate after plate of meat to Wild. Wild would swallow each plate of meat in just a single gulp, and then rapidly reach out for a new one. Those chefs were all shaken. But as soon as Wild emptied their dish, they would run back and go prepare more food. In the end, there was a whole queue of chefs feeding Wild while the others prepared more food as fast as they could. Uncle, brother. Wild was still wildly devouring all the food, stuttering out words between mouthfuls. Just keep eating. There's more than enough food, laughed Long Chen. He knew Wild's body was special. This ordinary meat and food was unable to provide him enough energy. At best, they would just temporarily stall his hunger. But as long as he wasn't dying from hunger, it was still good enough. In order to completely replenish all his energy, they'd probably have to return to the monastery and go hunt some high-ranking magical beasts. At this time, Mrs. Long also walked in with Chu Yao and Tang Wanner each holding one of her arms, all three of them smiling happily. Tang Wanner was still displaying that warm and extremely pleasant behavior, something which made Long Chen feel extremely out of sorts. He continued to occasionally look at her oddly. While they were eating, Tang Wanner took advantage of a couple times when everyone wasn't paying attention to viciously glare at Long Chen a couple times. Only then did Long Chen relax. It was still the same Tang Wanner. Long Chen spent 3 days within the capital. Those 3 days passed extremely happily. Long Chen also accompanied Chu Yao on a trip to the Imperial Palace. Another burst of emotion came when those two brother and sister, Chu Yao and Chu Feng, saw each other again. The Phoenix Cry Empire was currently prospering. With Long Tianxiao present, none of the surrounding empires dared have the slightest intentions against Phoenix Cry. Long Chen also gathered up Shi Feng, Fatty Yu, Shouho, and everyone else at the Heroic Assembly House. At the top floor of the Heroic Assembly House, they constantly told stories about what had happened back then, and their voices only became louder as they drank more and more. Everyone became completely drunk in just a moment. Due to his cultivation base, Long Chen would drink a large jug while others only drank a cup in order to maintain an even playing field. So even Long Chen was completely drunk in the end. He didn't even remember how he managed to return home. In any case, in a daze, he had felt 2 gentle bodies supporting him. Leaning against those 2 bodies, he had fallen fast asleep. When he awoke the next day, Long Chen felt a burst of pain in his head. He had actually gotten so drunk that he didn't even remember anything now. But sniffing the air, he could smell 2 faint fragrances lingering around his body. After living at home for 3 days, Long Chen finally brought his group away. They left under his mother's unwilling gaze. Looking back to look at the ancient city walls, Long Chen sighed. Life was a series of multiple-choice options. After picking a few options, he didn't even know just what kind of path he had picked for himself. But Long Chen also had no choice. Rubbing that soul-calming jade, he knew he had to know his past. More importantly, he had to know who his biological parents were. It was like he was standing in front of a huge door, while that jade pendant was the key. But he didn't dare open that door. Because once he did, whatever was hiding behind that door would immediately take his life. Long Chen urgently needed to increase his own strength. In fact, that urgency he constantly felt had only grown compared to before. It was as if some sort of danger was slowly drawing near. Leaving the capital, Long Chen's group hurried in the direction of Skywood Mountain. Chapter 271 Special Present. Wild, you basically never stopped eating while we were in the capital. Are you still not full? Tang Wanner looked at Wild with shock. Wild had never stopped eating while in the capital. He had literally ate through day and night. Occasionally he would feel sleepy and take a nap for less than an hour before waking up from hunger, continuing to devour all the food. Just watching him had stunned Tang Wanner and Chu Yao. Wild bitterly grumbled, "Nothing I can do. That meat has no energy in it. Only by continuously eating it can I barely make up how much energy I use daily. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to walk by now. Only Long Chen knew that eating was essentially cultivating for Wild. The better the food he ate, the faster he would cultivate. That ordinary beef could only barely keep up with his energy expenditure. There was no energy for him to replenish himself or advance. If he hadn't eaten, he would have immediately fallen into what would essentially be a coma. Without enough energy, his body's cells would go on strike. Just at this moment, a thick python charged at them. That was a first-rank magical beast. Cold-blooded, low-ranking magical beasts had exceptionally low intelligence. It hadn't even sensed their cultivation bases before attacking them. In fact, it hadn't even noticed that Little Snow, a third-rank magical beast, was present. Wild's eyes immediately brightened when he saw that python. Food. Tang Waner waved a single finger, and a small wind blade directly cut off that python's head. But even after cutting off its head, that wind blade didn't lose any strength and pierced a small hole into a huge boulder. Long Chen was shocked by that. The spot in the boulder that had been pierced was completely smooth. With just a random wave of Tang Waner's hand, she was able to cut through that hard rock as easily as cutting through tofu. Wild didn't care how that snake died. All he needed to know was that python was about to enter his stomach. Wait a moment for me to cook it a bit, Wild. Seeing Wild was about to start devouring that python, Long Chen hastily stopped him. He knew that Wild was being driven crazy by his hunger, so he naturally wouldn't care about the taste. If it had just been him and Wild, he wouldn't have cared all that much, but it wasn't suitable with Chu Yao and Tang Waner present. He quickly took out a grilling frame, skinned the python, washed it clean, and placed it on the grill. With a wave of his hand, a blue flame burst forth and immediately engulfed that python's corpse. Long Chen's beast flame was extremely powerful. If he didn't keep it restrained, it would have instantly burnt this first-rank python to ashes. As a pill cultivator, Long Chen's spiritual strength was extremely strong. Controlling the flame was just a fundamental skill, and in just a couple breaths, that python was completely cooked, releasing a fragrant scent. Long Chen cut off a large portion of it for Tang Waner, Chu Yao, and himself, leaving all the rest for Wild. He had cooked it extremely well, and it was extremely satisfying to them. It practically melted in their mouths, and although he hadn't added any seasoning, both women had only praise. It's too bad we didn't bring any wonder carps. Otherwise it would have been a great snack for Big Sister Yao, said Tang Waner with some regret. Long Chen ate a bite and then suddenly asked, I find it strange. How come you call Yao Big Sister, and Yao also calls you Big Sister? Just which one of you is the big sister and which is the little sister? Chu Yao laughed somewhat mischievously. Smiling craftily, she asked, Well, which one of us do you think is bigger? Which one of us is the big sister? Long Chen stiffened for a moment. Looking at the two of them gazing steadily at him, he immediately realized that this was not such an easy question to answer. This was a word trap. A bad response would result in some punishment. But just who was Long Chen? Did they think he would fall for this trap? He stared at the two of them for a long time, stretching it out awkwardly as his gaze roved over their bodies and faces. Finally, when the two of them were completely red, he sighed. Both your figures are extremely amazing. If you don't take off your clothes, I won't be able to tell just which one of you is bigger. The two of their faces were so red it looked like blood might drip out at any moment. The two of them simultaneously raged. Scoundrel! Improper! On the other hand, Long Chen laughed loftily. Being able to tease two absolute beauties like this was practically the greatest delight of his life. But Long Chen still felt that this was strange. With Tang Waner's fiery temper, normally he would definitely have received a beating with her fists after teasing her like this. Perhaps she would even throw in a couple kicks if she felt like it. Could it be that Chu Yao's gentle temperament had rubbed off on her? Then that really would be too boring. In the future, he wouldn't have anything to do when he was bored. Long Chen, what are you planning on doing once you return? Asked Chu Yao once she had recovered. Long Chen threw in the last piece of meat into his mouth. Wiping his mouth, he bitterly smiled. What plans could I possibly have? All I can do is cultivate all out. I still don't know just when I can break through this bottleneck. With my current cultivation base, wouldn't I end up doomed once I enter the Jioli's secret realm? Especially with that fellow Een Mule or something dash. It's Een Luo. Can you not be so ridiculous? Tang Wana rebuked. Yeah, that Een Luo fellow. I only managed to cut off one of his legs. He probably won't be too happy about that. Most likely he'll come to settle things with me in the secret realm, sighed Long Chen. Chu Yao and Tang Wan both remembered how terrifying Een Luo was, and their smiles faded to be replaced with worry. That Een Luo really is too terrifying. His body actually contains Xiantian essence blood. Although he can't control it perfectly, as his cultivation base grows, he'll gradually become accustomed to it. If he can use his body's Xiantian essence blood to control natural energy, then his attacks really will be horrifying. Last battle, he should still have been unfamiliar with his Xiantian essence blood. He was afraid of dying from the backlash of the natural energy, and so he didn't dare use too much strength. Yet even so, you all saw just how powerful that last attack of his was. Just recalling Een Luo's last attack filled Chu Yao with worry. This time Een Luo had ended up injured. He would probably go all out cultivating so he could wash away that humiliation. It was extremely likely he would attempt to kill Long Chen in the Jioli's secret realm. Long Chen, with your current strength, it should be no problem for you to at least survive against Een Luo if you manage to break through to tendon transformation. But if you can't break through to tendon transformation before the opening of the Jioli's secret realm, that really will be dangerous, said Tang Wana. The reason Long Chen had been able to seize victory last time had been because of Chu Yao's secret art. She had lent her ocean's worth of spiritual qi to him to use. If it hadn't been for Chu Yao, let alone Een Luo, just that corrupt elder would have killed Long Chen. Long Chen also understood his weak points. One weak point was his cultivation realm was too low, while the other was that he didn't have enough energy. In regards to ordinary core disciples, his Feng Fu star's energy definitely wouldn't be lacking compared to any of them. But Long Chen's Feng Fu battle armor and Split the Heavens were both too exhausting. So right now Long Chen had two choices. One, he could do his best to attempt to make a cultivation base break through to tendon transformation. Or his other option was to condense the second of the 9 stars, the Alioth star. Long Chen was sure that if he could just condense the Alioth star, then with both stars' superposition, he would be even stronger and be able to fight longer. As for more battle skills, Long Chen didn't really need them. That was because his spiritual qi wasn't able to keep up with such a huge expenditure. The crucial point of all this was that Long Chen was stuck in a bottleneck, and he had no idea how he could break through to reach tendon transformation. The bottleneck he was in was extremely strange. He had already reached the peak of blood condensation, and yet he was unable to break through. That was extremely vexing for him. But Long Chen knew that this kind of situation couldn't be rushed. Rather than attempting to break through this impossible bottleneck, it would be better for him to focus on gathering all the Alioth pill's ingredients. They had killed many corrupt experts this time, and there would definitely be large rewards. Long Chen didn't need anything else. All he needed were the Alioth pill's medicinal ingredients. As long as he gathered even just a few sets of them, he could at least condense an embryonic Alioth star. Long Chen had a premonition that as long as he could condense the Alioth star, his combat ability would definitely crazily surge. Seeing that Long Chen looked a bit grave, Chu Yao didn't want him to feel so much pressure, so she held his hand and asked, "What did you do yesterday at the Alchemist Guild and the Huayun Pavilion?" Yesterday, despite how busy he had been, he had taken the time to go to those 2 places. Chu Yao and Tang Wan had stayed with his parents, and so they didn't know what he had done there. Long Chen laughed mischievously. "First I went to the Alchemist Guild to officially greet the new chairman. After all, he has treated our Long family really well. It would have been too rude if I didn't at least pay him a visit. Other than just greeting him, I also asked him a couple matters to do with the Alchemist Guild. As for the Huayun Pavilion, I just wanted to see if I could find anything I need, and I actually did manage to buy it." An ink-black stone appeared on Long Chen's hand. It was just the size of an egg. Ancient lines covered it, and it gave off an extremely archaic aura. The two women were slightly surprised. They took that stone from his hand and examined it from all directions, unable to see through its mysteries. It looks very ancient. These lines should also be natural and contain an ancient aura. But other than that, I can't find anything special about it, said Chu Yao curiously. Long Chen purposely acted mysterious. It's natural that you can't see through what's so special about it. After all, you're all too young. Then let me tell you, the most special part about this stone is, it is very old. And then? Asked Tang Wan. Nothing. Are you playing us? Asked Tang Wan'er disdainfully. Long Chen laughed mischievously again, and rubbed that stone with a pleased expression. But looking at Long Chen's smile gave the two of them a chill. They both had a bad feeling. Long Chen, are you planning on doing something bad again? Chu Yao understood Long Chen very well. Of course not. Long Chen shook his head like it was a rattle, righteously saying, What kind of person do you think I, Long Chen, am? This is to be sent as a gift. But neither Chu Yao or Tang Wan'er really believed him. That was because Long Chen's smile just now really had been too mischievous. Tang Wan'er suddenly had a thought. I think I know who Long Chen is sending this gift to. Chapter 272 A Secret. I think I know who Long Chen is giving this gift to, exclaimed Tang Wan. Hee, don't make any random guesses. Long Chen didn't say any more about that topic. He felt that Tang Wan'er really had sensed something. He really had no choice but to admire her. A woman's intuition really was frightening. Long Chen asked Tang Wan'er, after you became a favored, did you feel anything particularly special? Looking at that attack just now, it seems your attacks are a bit different from before. Tang Wan'er was excited to talk about becoming a favored. She told Long Chen that ever since she had absorbed that Tao mark, she could feel a mysterious energy supporting her. Her wind blades had also changed. Her control of wind energy had reached a kind of pinnacle, and her wind runes were clearer than ever. In terms of power, they were at least 10 times stronger than in the past. In reality, a favored's Tao mark was a natural mark of the heavenly Taos. It was extremely ephemeral and mysterious. It was a mysterious existence that occurred with karmic destiny. When a baby was born, if their karmic luck was great enough, they would receive the approval of the heavenly Taos, and that natural mark would adhere to their body in order to even further increase their karmic luck. But this kind of natural Tao mark wouldn't stay the same forever. As a person grew, if their karmic luck faded, that Tao mark would also fade away to find another host or perhaps just disappear back into the heavens. That was why their Tao mark would automatically leave their body when they were killed. A person could forcibly try to absorb that Tao mark at that time. But as for whether or not you could succeed in having it stay in your body, that would essentially count on your karmic luck. After that huge battle, 3 people had had their Tao mark stolen. But only Tang Wan'er had succeeded. And that was actually extremely lucky. It was said that the odds of succeeding in absorbing another person's Tao mark were less than 10%. However, once you succeeded, then with the Tao mark's karmic luck adding onto your own, your future would be limitless. That was why Tang Wan'er was so excited. She was also deeply moved, and surprisingly, she held onto Long Chen's hand warmly. Thank you, Long Chen. You aren't even a favored, but you gave me your chance to become one. But just thinking about that actually filled Long Chen with resentment. When Tu Feng had told him to snatch that Tao mark, he had sensed that it would most likely have no affinity with him. And as he had expected, Chu Yao had told him that this Tao mark was something that existed on top of the Dantian's spirit root. If the spirit root was likened to a huge tree, then elemental spiritual qi was like the tree's fruit. Other than being able to provide more karmic luck, that Tao mark was also able to change a person's spiritual qi attribute. It was able to increase the affinity and strength of a person's elemental attribute by tens of times. Chu Yao was an excellent example. She was a wood cultivator, and normal wood cultivators weren't powerful combat experts. They were generally only capable of assisting the real fighters. Their greatest ability was their ability to heal wounds. But as a favored, Chu Yao's wood energy had changed, containing a trace of metal element. Metal and wood oppressed each other. It should have fundamentally been impossible to merge them, and yet the power of a favored could not be judged according to common sense. And that was one of the reasons a favored's combat ability was so terrifying. Once Tang Wanner had absorbed that Dao mark, her wind energy had also changed. So now a random wave of Tang Wanner's hand was just as strong as one of her full-strength attacks in the past. That was why Tang Wanner was incredibly grateful to Long Chen. Long Chen had directly given that favored's corpse to her after he had killed him. She hadn't even known what a favored's Dao mark was, but she had simply listened to what he said. Only once she had absorbed that Dao mark had she realized that Long Chen had made a great sacrifice, leaving this huge opportunity to her. This was also why Chu Yao sensed that Long Chen's treatment of Tang Wanner wasn't just that of two friends. So she had taken the initiative to form a relationship with her. In reality, Long Chen had been misjudged. His dantian was completely empty. Where was there a spirit root for that Dao mark to adhere to? Giving it to Tang Wanner was simply the right thing to do. With one hand held by Tang Wanner, feeling her hand and how exquisitely soft it was, how could Long Chen contain himself? Gently rubbing Tang Wanner's hand, he acted completely infatuated. If I can use just a favored's corpse to exchange for a beauty's heart, then that really would be worth it. Looks like I'll need to work harder in the future. Tang Wanner's face was red from holding Long Chen's hand. But she also didn't have the heart to pull away. But then after Long Chen finished speaking, that bashful, gentle expression completely disappeared. Looking at the infatuated Long Chen, she asked, "Are you thinking of going out to kill a couple more favored to exchange for some more beauty's hearts?" Of course, Aya." Rubbing her jade hand, that feeling really was infatuating for him. He hadn't noticed that her tone had changed suddenly, and so he had just made a random reply. But then he felt a burst of pain from his waist. At the same time, he realized he was unable to move. His body was tightly bound with wooden stakes. Tang Wanner's other hand was viciously pinching him on the waist. "Hey, we were just talking nicely. How do you become so hostile so fast?" cried out Long Chen. He saw Chu Yao was currently forming a hand seal with a naughty smile as she looked at Long Chen, not saying anything. Tang Wanner raged, "I just knew you were a womanizer. With your fickle heart, how are you worthy of Big Sister Yao's devotion?" "Hey, that was just a random reply. I wasn't serious. Furthermore, you're clearly the one that's always seducing me. You're forcibly captivating me. This is just your trap," justified Long Chen. With those wooden stakes binding his body, he was unable to move at all. "What seduction? Just listening to you is disgusting. Long Chen, you really are wicked." Tang Wanner blushed and raged at the same time. "That was just a slip of the tongue. And even if someone should penalize me, it should be Yao. Yao, I misspoke, so forgive me. Next time I definitely won't." Long Chen knew Chu Yao was the more kind-hearted one. He directly admitted defeat. And as he had expected, Long Chen's act of pity really was Chu Yao's weak point. She was just about to release him. "Big Sister Yao, you absolutely can't listen to him. This fellow is most skilled in putting on an act. Don't get tricked." Tang Wanner really understood Long Chen too well. Having his trick be so suddenly broken, Long Chen raged, "Have you made a mistake? This is a matter for a husband and wife, me and Yao. Why are you interfering?" Chu Yao blushed shyly, but she felt a burst of warmth. From the start, Long Chen had always viewed her that way. Tang Wanner righteously replied, "Big Sister Yao said that when she's not present, I have to look after you and make sure you don't go womanizing everywhere." "Ah, you gave me to her? Yao, aren't you afraid of her cheating you?" "Yao, let me tell you, she's been drooling over how handsome I am for a long time, Aya." Long Chen was once more given a vicious pinch before he could finish speaking. "Scoundrel, who drooled over you, who would seduce you? I'll cheat your head off." Tang Wanner was really angered now. In between her words, she would give Long Chen a vicious pinch. Chu Yao was laughing to the side. She knew that Long Chen's miserable cries were all fake just to intentionally tease them. With Long Chen's powerful physical body, not even pliers on his skin would hurt. How could Tang Wanna's pinches really hurt that much? Seeing Long Chen acting like this, Chu Yao also didn't feel like keeping him bound. Those wooden stakes all became as flexible as rope and returned to the earth, disappearing. That was enough laughing for now. Holding Chu Yao's hands, Long Chen began to speak of proper things. Yao, do you really have to return to Skywood Palace so soon? Didn't you say you could stay at the Xiantian Monastery for a period? I really hate to part with you so soon after we have reunited. Chu Yao reddened slightly and gently caressed Long Chen's cheek. I also hate to part with you. But if I want to protect you, I need to constantly increase my strength. This time, once I return to Skywood Palace, my master has promised me that she will transmit the first volume of the Skywood Sacred Canon to me. That's our Skywood Palace's absolute secret tome. It is incredibly powerful, and my master said that if I can master the Skywood Sacred Canon, my strength will reach an unprecedented level. Long Chen could only nod. There was really nothing that could be done about this. Cultivation was inherently a struggle. They all had to make the most of their time to raise their strength, or they would be thrown behind by others. Right? How much do you know about the Jiuli's secret realm? Asked Long Chen. Long Chen had essentially only heard its name. He still didn't know any of the details. Tang Wanna was also extremely curious. She said, I've heard that the Jiuli's secret realm only opens once every 100 years. There is also a limit on the entrances. Only those in the tendon transformation realm and below can enter. Bone forging experts will only get exterminated if they try to force their way in. I wonder if that's true? Chu Yao solemnly said, it said that the Jiuli's secret realm's restriction is extremely powerful. Even Xiantian experts will definitely die if they try to barge their way in. Master said that there are many legends about the Jiuli's secret realm. Some people said it came from another place, that it is a world that was battered by time and space that eventually arrived here. There are also others who say this was a world created by a great god from ancient times. Normally it conceals itself in the cracks of the world. In short, there are many rumors about it, and it is extremely mysterious. No one really knows where the Jiuli's secret realm came from. Only its name is transmitted down generation by generation. As for why it's called the Jiuli's secret realm, no one knows. But there is one thing that is certain. My master said that the Jiuli's secret realm is definitely extremely ancient. It is essentially its own world. There are many strange beasts living inside. There are countless opportunities inside. If you're strong or lucky enough, you might even obtain a heaven-defying treasure. Quite a few disciples have found extremely great treasures within the Jiuli's secret realm. And so the Jiuli's secret realm has become a land of struggle between the righteous and corrupt paths. Long Chen's heart jumped. He hadn't expected the Jiuli's secret realm's origin to be so mysterious. But for some reason, every time he heard the Jiuli's secret realm's name, his Feng Fu star would begin to crazily circulate. That's why you have to work hard, Long Chen. At that time, the apex experts of 7 prefectures will gather in the Jiuli's secret realm. Experts will cover the land, favored will be everywhere, and the number of geniuses will be uncountable. Within the Jiuli's secret realm, the righteous and corrupt disciples will both undergo huge fights, especially when fighting over treasures. Furthermore, by now you know that the righteous path doesn't only contain righteous people. At that time, you won't only need to worry about the corrupt path, but also the sinister tricks of the righteous disciples. Long Chen nodded. He knew that with how completely kind-hearted Chu Yao was, that last line had probably been told to her in warning by her master. In order to let you cultivate with your mind at ease, I'll tell you a certain secret. A charming light appeared within Chu Yao's beautiful eyes. Chapter 273 True Character. Chu Yao asked, didn't you want to know why I call Wan'er Big Sister, and she also calls me Big Sister? Yes. In truth, we really are tied together by destiny. That's because we were both born on the same year, same month, and same day. And most inconceivable of all, We were both born 3/4 hours after midnight. So neither one of us really knows which one of us is older, and we just decided to both call each other big sister. How about that? I bet you never imagined that. Chu Yao held Tang Wanner's hand, winking at Long Chen. Long Chen's jaw dropped. Were there really such coincidental things in this world? If it was just the same year and day, that was one thing. But the exact same hour and quarter hour? That really was ridiculous. Chu Yao and Tang Wanner laughed at Long Chen's shocked expression. They had both known Long Chen for a long time, but he rarely had such a truly shocked expression. And so they were both immensely proud of being able to shock him so greatly. Fine, I admit I really am frightened. Long Chen shook his head and sighed. This world really was crazy. Hee hee, so when I'm not present, Big Sister Wanner will look after you for me. You can't bully Big Sister Wanner, said Chu Yao profoundly. She's going to look after me? Then wouldn't I not have a life to even enter the Jiuli's secret realm? Long Chen looked at Tang Wanner worriedly. Long Chen, you're so untrustworthy. You know, I also have a sensitive side. Tang Wanner looked like she might cry. Long Chen, you can't bully Big Sister Wanner. Quickly apologize. Rebuked Chu Yao. Fine, I was wrong. Lady Wanner is virtuous, warm, gentle, and kind-hearted. I should not have doubted Sister Wanner's character. Long Chen's face really was incredibly thick. Only after he said that did Tang Wanner's tears turn into a smile. Looking at those two amazingly beautiful figures, Long Chen's heart pounded. One warm and gentle person, and one person acting warm and gentle. And yet both were absolutely intoxicating. If he could marry both these two beauties at the same time, then this life would really have been worth it. However, Chu Yao's words about Tang Wanner looking after him hadn't been too clear. He didn't know just what kind of developments had occurred between the two of them. In the end, trying to understand a woman's heart was harder than becoming a god. And so Long Chen still acted as if he didn't completely understand what their feelings were for each other. Otherwise, if he were to have misjudged them, that would be extremely awkward. If it was just awkward, that would be whatever. But if he made a mistake and rushed things, that might hurt their feelings, and then he would really be screwed. So good things had to be worked for slowly. The two of them were even more beautiful than flowers. Looking at Chu Yao and Tang Wanner, Long Chen unconsciously thought of another face. Her long hair danced, her skin was white as snow, and she looked just like a fairy who had descended upon a world of mere mortals. He wondered just how she was. Long Chen, are you thinking of Big Sister Meng Qi? Asked Chu Yao gently. Long Chen stiffened. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded. He wasn't good at lying like that, even if he was a bit shameless. He had no choice but to admit that for some unknown reason, Meng Qi had somehow occupied the most important part of his heart. According to common sense, he had known Meng Qi for the shortest period of time, and so that didn't make sense. But despite that short period they had interacted, she had given him the deepest impression. Previously, he had thought that the reason she had had such a deep impact on him was because of her beauty, that it had been a kind of worship for a beauty of the opposite sex. But as time passed, he realized it wasn't so simple. He felt as if he had known Meng Qi several lives ago. That kind of thinking was somewhat absurd, but Long Chen still felt it. He felt a kind of familiarness from deep within his soul. Who is Meng Qi? Asked Tang Wanner curiously. Chu Yao smiled slightly. Everyone's already finished eating, so let's get going. We'll talk while we walk. Chu Yao pulled Tang Wanner to the side as they walked alone. Wild had also finished eating now. Although a first-rank magical beast couldn't completely fill his stomach, it would at least give him enough energy to walk without constantly eating. The next day, they arrived at the end of Skywood Mountain. Skywood Mountain looked like it had been formed by a huge blade cutting apart the earth. The Shen-Tian Monastery and the Skywood Palace were on opposite sides. In terms of direct distance, the two of them were less than 2,000 miles from each other. But Skywood Mountain soared high into the clouds, and it was impossible to cross. And so, in truth, the difference between their two sects was more like tens of thousands of miles. That was something that made the two of them feel extremely helpless. Chu Yao reached out and tidied up Long Chen's clothes. Her eyes were a bit red. Although she knew this would just be a temporary parting, she still wasn't able to stop tears from flowing from her eyes. Long Chen gently wrapped his arms around her soft body and pulled her into his embrace, letting her sob into his chest. That was the only thing he could do. After a long while, Chu Yao finally let go of Long Chen. She also gave a hug to Tang Wana. Even Tang Wana was crying when she tightly hugged Chu Yao. Chu Yao was Tang Wana's first close friend. The two of them had only known each other for a short time, but they had already reached the point that they didn't keep anything from each other, and had long since become sisters. Take care. Chu Yao finally parted with them. Long Chen's heart felt as if it was being stabbed by needles. Looking at her fading figure, Long Chen vowed to himself that he would definitely get stronger. He refused to suffer this kind of helpless pain of farewell again. Big sister Chu Yao has left, but don't worry, I'm here to take care of you, comforted Tang Wan. You, take care of me? To tell the truth, I really am a bit scared, sighed Long Chen. Bastard, you're asking for it. Tang Wanner's hand had grabbed onto Long Chen's collar before she even finished speaking. She was like a quick mother tiger that had charged at Long Chen. Long Chen, do you know how long I've been holding myself back? You little rascal, as soon as we leave the sect, you start acting even more annoying. Now your wings have gotten big enough that you don't even place this faction leader in your eyes? If it weren't for Big Sister Yao, I'd have long since beaten you up. To the side, Wild and Little Snow were just watching curiously. The gentle and warm Tang Wana had suddenly become a fierce mother tiger. They were somewhat stunned, especially Wild. As expected, her gentleness was all just an act. Long Chen had thought that maybe Chu Yao had rubbed off on Tang Wana, mellowing out her fierce temperament. But now he remembered a certain phrase: you could change a world, but you couldn't change a woman's nature. However, to tell the truth, Long Chen preferred this Tang Wana. This fiery Tang Wana was the real Tang Wana. What are you smiling about? Raged Tang Wana. But after she said that, she realized that the two of them were intimately close together now. In fact, she was practically pressing her body into him. She could feel Long Chen's pulse, and she could smell that particular male scent from his body. Tang Wanner blushed, but she still tightly clenched his collar. Speak. Do you admit your wrongs? I was wrong. How were you wrong? I was wrong in everything. Give me some specifics. I have made many mistakes. But I know my greatest mistake was that I misunderstood the beautiful Sister Wana. Sister Wana is a kind, warm, gentle, virtuous, smart, refined and elegant woman. As he spoke, Long Chen also took out a short rod from his spatial ring and placed it on his head, pointing it straight up at the sky. Tang Wana was almost laughing at what he was saying, but then seeing his odd movements, she curiously asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm just being a lightning rod." Long Chen looked up at the sky gravely. Tang Wana didn't immediately understand what he meant, but then looking up at cloudless sky, she frowned. "What nonsense are you talking about?" "According to my elders, if I lie, I'll be struck by lightning," said Long Chen solemnly. Tang Wana quickly understood what he was talking about, and she raged, "Bastard, you were playing me." Long Chen laughed, twisted out of her grasp, and quickly fled. "Stop right there." Tang Wana shot off in hot pursuit. Wild and Little Snow looked at each other expressionlessly and simply silently followed behind them. When Long Chen and Tang Wana returned to the monastery, a huge commotion erupted. Whether it was the new disciples or the old disciples, they all gathered to greet them. In this battle between the righteous and corrupt paths, the Shen-Tian monastery's fame had soared. Long Chen had led the righteous disciples to slaughter corrupt disciples that had been several times their number, practically creating a legend. By himself, he had managed to kill a favored and eight-tempered bone-forging elder and cut off the leg of a once-in-a-thousand-year genius. Long Chen had practically become a legendary person to them, and that legendary person had been amongst them, leading them to fight a real battle. That battle had let all the disciples understand just what was true strength and just what was a true battle. On the battlefield, Long Chen had led these disciples to be able to face death without fear and kill those corrupt disciples. That scene of him leading them was forever imprinted in their hearts. Yi Zhiqiu, Gu Yang, Song Mingyuan, and the other core disciples also came. Senior apprentice brother Wan also brought the law enforcers to greet Long Chen. Looking at senior apprentice brother Wan, Long Chen couldn't help exclaiming, "Bone-forging realm." Senior apprentice brother Wan's aura was surging out with a powerful pressure. That kind of pressure was something only achievable after reaching the bone-forging realm. It's all just luck. Senior apprentice brother Wan smiled. He had originally been at the peak of tendon transformation. With his talent, he would have needed at least 3 to 5 years to break through to bone forging. But in truth, it would have been normal for him to still be unable to break through even after 10 years. That was because as your realm increased, the stronger the bottlenecks would become, making it increasingly difficult to break through. However, after experiencing that huge battle, after forgetting about the fear of death to go all out killing his enemies, by discarding all his fear and misgivings, his bottleneck had loosened a great deal. Just the second day after he returned to the monastery, he had succeeded in advancing to the bone-forging realm. Of the senior apprentice brothers left behind in the monastery, he was the first to advance to bone forging. Congratulations, senior apprentice brother Wan. Wait, no, it should be congratulations, elder Wan. Long Chen laughed. According to the monastery's rules, when a law enforcer advanced to bone forging, they would automatically be promoted to elder and receive the corresponding benefits. Long Chen, don't make fun of me. Aren't you afraid of me making life hard for you? Joked senior apprentice brother Wan. As everyone greeted Long Chen excitedly, he saw that almost everyone's auras had climbed a great deal now. Quite a few people had advanced. And those who hadn't advanced yet all had unstable auras. That was a sign they might advance at any moment. Long Chen, when are you going to bring us out like that again? Fuck, last time really was satisfying, said Gu Yang excitedly. Long Chen laughed. He was about to reply when an elder suddenly walked over and told Long Chen, "The sect leader is looking for you." Chapter 274 Chosen Disciple. On the side of Skywood Mountain was an immortal cave. From that immortal cave, it was possible to overlook the entire monastery. This immortal cave was the highest construction within the entire monastery. It was the Xiantian Monastery's sect leader's immortal cave. Within the immortal cave, Long Chen was curiously examining the surroundings. He was surprised that the sect leader's immortal cave was extremely simple. It was the complete opposite of what he had imagined. There were no decorations on the walls. It looked like Ling Yunzi had simply left it the same as when it had been first carved open. In fact, it looked quite similar to the caves of beasts Long Chen had run into. Of course, Long Chen didn't dare speak those thoughts aloud. Ling Yunzi and Tu Feng were standing right in front of him. In terms of furniture, there was only a large prayer mat that had a single wooden table. There were some cups and a teapot on the table. Sit. Ling Yunzi smiled slightly when he saw Long Chen enter. With 2 seniors present, how could disciple possibly sit? Although that was what came out of Long Chen's mouth, he had already sat down. Long Chen. You really are strange. Do you not have a time when you are restrained? Ling Yunzi couldn't hold back a laugh. Long Chen really was an easygoing person, someone who didn't fear heaven or earth. Panic and terror were expressions that almost never appeared on him. Even when Long Chen had been facing that terrifying hand from that expert of the corrupt path, he hadn't shown any despair. That was what Ling Yunzi especially admired about Long Chen. He was always filled with self-confidence no matter what happened. Such a person was one of 2 things: a madman or an idiot. But Long Chen didn't act like a crazy person or an idiot. But then again, it wasn't exactly correct to say he acted like an ordinary person either. Even when elders saw Ling Yunzi, they would all be trembling with trepidation and reverence, unable to handle the pressure. But Long Chen didn't seem to feel any pressure at all. My strongest point is my mental fortitude, which lets me be myself at any time. Long Chen laughed and poured cups of tea for them, both of them, respectfully handing them over to the two of them. Please have a drink. Thank you both for your care. Ling Yunzi and Tu Fang laughed and received the teacups Long Chen offered them. Long Chen was easygoing, preferring to be free and open, not caring so much about trifles. But his attention to detail was actually extremely high. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to control the flow of the battle last time so perfectly. The corrupt disciples had clearly greatly outnumbered the righteous disciples, and yet they were all led by the nose by Long Chen, and he had pulled off a perfect reversal. Furthermore, the way Long Chen had offered them tea had also been extremely detailed and well done. His right hand had held the cup, his forefinger curving ever so slightly without touching the side. That was a sign of respect for seniors. In addition, Long Chen's left hand looked like it had just been randomly holding the cup up at the bottom, but in reality, only his middle finger and ring finger had been holding it from the bottom. That was special mark of respect for martial artists. Those kinds of respectful gestures were all common within the secular world, but there were few cultivators who knew about them. However, both Ling Yunzi and Tu Fang knew about them. Child, if you put it like that, it'll make me blush with shame. Both of us have only treated you in accordance to the monastery's rules without giving you the slightest special treatment. Tu Fang shook his head. After handing them their tea, Long Chen added in more water and also poured himself a cup. Then he smiled. Although we haven't interacted much, I can tell that you two truly to cherish this little one, so that's enough. Although the two of them were too high in grand existences in comparison to him, with Ling Yunzi even being a sect leader, Long Chen could see that neither of them were those arrogant types that were so unlikable. Most importantly, although the two of them said they had only treated him in accordance to the rules, Long Chen had been able to sense that the two of them really were looking out for him from a few small clues. Ling Yunzi laughed. What an interesting little fellow. It's no wonder all those disciples would follow you so unswervingly. But for you to say it like that, I really am embarrassed. What happened? Long Chen was surprised to see Ling Yunzi sigh. Tu Fang, you explain it. Ling Yunzi gently drank a sip of tea. Although his expression was calm, Long Chen's sharp senses noticed that a single vein on his hand had suddenly pulsed ever so slightly. That kind of minor reaction could mean nothing. But Ling Yunzi was a Xiantian expert. He had a connection to heaven and earth's energy. He had a fine control over every cell of his body. So such a minor reaction was actually very alarming. For such a reaction to occur, that meant Ling Yunzi, who was normally extremely calm, must really be feeling some sort of intense emotion. Furthermore, from this kind of reaction, it seemed that emotion was fury. When his sword had slashed down on that corrupt path's expert's huge hand, when his sword had broken that spatial door, his expression had always been calm. But such a top expert now seemed infuriated. Long Chen really was at a loss. Tu Fang nodded. He said to Long Chen, "This time you managed to kill a corrupt elder. With your strength, we applied for a chosen disciple position for you." Chosen? Yes, a chosen. For most people, to gain a chosen disciple position requires you to also be a favored, explained Tu Fang. But I'm not a favored. Long Chen bitterly smiled. He didn't even have a spirit root, so how would he become a favored? Just thinking about that angered Long Chen. Inside, he cursed whatever person had stolen his spirit root. Tu Fang continued, "You aren't a favored, but your strength would not be inferior to any chosen." That was what he said out loud, but inside, he said, "What are favored when compared to you? If you don't die, those favored won't even be fit to polish your shoes." The fact remains that you managed to kill a favored, kill an 8-temper bone-forging elder, and in the end even cut off the leg of another chosen. That proves you have enough strength. That Yin Mule, Yin Luo, is also a chosen? Asked Long Chen. Correct. Back when Yin Luo was just born, he already had a Dao mark supporting him. When he was 5, his Dao mark covered his entire body and incited a special manifestation of heaven and earth. That's why he was raised with a chosen's treatment. Tu Fang sighed. Yin Luo was extremely famous. In truth, when they had first found out that the corrupt path had instigated that battle, they had immediately gone to ask the super monastery for aid in order to handle Yin Luo. They had been hoping for the monastery to send down another chosen to face Yin Luo. Ling Yunzi's Xiantian monastery was the 108th monastery, the last place monastery. This monastery was unable to compare to the other monasteries. All the higher-ranking monasteries had chosen talents within them, but those fellows wouldn't go out fighting for others. The super monastery knew that if they didn't send a chosen to help, then the 108th monastery would be completely routed. And so they had dispatched one of the first monastery's disciples to go provide assistance. The first monastery was the strongest monastery, and it possessed 3 chosen. Sending one down was extremely simple for them. But that chosen had used getting lost as an excuse to arrive half a month late. By that time, the battle had already ended. Completely infuriated, Ling Yunzi had directly reported this to the higher levels of the super monastery. However, the first monastery had a very deep relationship with the super monastery. They had actually managed to suppress this matter from becoming bigger. That had truly infuriated Tu Feng and Ling Yunzi. That was intolerable bullying. The fact that the chosen had arrived late could have caused countless of their disciples to die. How could this matter be settled just like that? The heavens really had been protecting them during this battle. Emo Nian had appeared out of nowhere, Chu Yao had displayed a shocking battle ability, and Wild had been incredibly powerful as well. Furthermore, Tang Wan and them had also fought exceptionally outstandingly. With Long Chen leading them, they had completely reversed this battle, which should have resulted in a massacre for them. If it was just the fact that they had suppressed this information from becoming widespread, that would have been one thing. After all, the first monastery was extremely powerful and was not an existence they could provoke. They could only endure. But when Tu Feng had brought over a huge number of corrupt disciple heads to them to exchange for points, he had also reported the matter of Long Chen killing an 8-temper bone-forging elder in hopes of getting Long Chen a chosen disciple position. Chosen were all existences unrivaled within their realm. Even the super monastery valued them and would provide a great deal of resources to raise them. But Tu Feng had only just sent in the request when an elder from the super monastery rejected him, his reasoning that this was clearly fake. Tu Feng had really been infuriated then. He had gone straight back to the monastery and received a photographic jade from Ling Yunzi that had the events of the battle recorded. When he ran back to the super monastery and handed over that photographic jade, that elder had been silent for a long while. He had then told Tu Feng that this matter was too peculiar, and he had to report it to the higher-ups first. Tu Feng had felt that it was odd for him to have to wait. Normally, this kind of matter would be handled extremely quickly, especially since he had handed over that photographic jade as proof. But then again, this situation really was peculiar. After all, Long Chen was only at the peak of blood condensation, and he was also not a favored. The fact that others found it inconceivable and had to discuss it first was reasonable. But the next day, that elder had sent Tu Feng a message saying that he was extremely sorry, but that all the chosen spots for this generation had already been taken, and there were not enough resources to distribute anymore. Tu Feng had been about to burst with rage. This was clearly purposely making it hard on them. The supermonastery's inheritance stretched back for tens of thousands of years. Would they really be lacking resources for a single genius? But Tu Feng also had no way around this. There was no way he could get in touch with the true higher-ups. He could only swallow this stomach of fire and simply receive the ordinary resources and rewards for the monastery. But just as he was about to leave, he had heard a single bit of news. The first monastery had just given birth to another chosen. Didn't they say that there were no more chosen spots to hand out? This time Tu Feng was far too suspicious. He hadn't gone to find that elder, and had instead secretly asked around. He had learned that the elder who had refused to give them that chosen disciple position was someone extremely close to the first monastery's sect leader. Tu Feng had then come to a sudden realization. It was no wonder Long Chen's chosen application had not gone through. They had just angered the first monastery by reporting the fact that their chosen had failed to accomplish his task. Once he realized this, Tu Feng realized there really was no hope. He had had no choice but to dejectedly return. After hearing Tu Feng's explanation, Long Chen smiled, stood up, and bowed to Ling Yunzi and Tu Feng. Chapter 275 Nine-Vein Soul Calming Jade. Disciple thanks seniors for their care. Please accept disciples' thanks. Long Chen bowed towards Ling Yunzi and Tu Feng. Although Tu Feng had explained it all extremely calmly, Long Chen could guess just how pent-up frustration and anger he had been in. Because of something involving him, Tu Feng, an upright and solemn man, had been driven to such intense fury. That moved Long Chen. Child, we really will be too embarrassed like this. Tu Feng was somewhat ashamed. It was true that he had fought for Long Chen, but in the end he had still failed. Furthermore, fighting for a chosen disciple position for Long Chen didn't just benefit Long Chen. Once Long Chen received a chosen's treatment and his cultivation base grew, he would be able to help their monastery increase their ranking. Fighting for him would also benefit the monastery, and so Long Chen's bow really did cause Ling Yunzi and Tu Feng to blush. Long Chen, although we couldn't get you a chosen position, I can promise you that all the monastery's resources will be available to you. Ling Yunzi suddenly clenched his teeth. What? Tu Feng was given a fright. It's no matter. If the super monastery refuses to raise him, then we'll do it ourselves. As for the consequences, let me accept them all, said Ling Yunzi resolutely. Tu Feng's expression changed slightly. He knew that with Ling Yunzi's stubbornness, nothing he said would change his mind. Then I'll thank seniors again. Long Chen really did need the monastery's support at this time. He didn't need cultivation techniques or battle skills, but he did need medicinal ingredients. Furthermore, he needed a huge amount of those medicinal ingredients to condense the Alioth star. Long Chen suddenly thought of a matter. Hesitating for a while, in the end he took out his soul-calming jade and asked, "Seniors, do you know the origin of this jade pendant?" Seeing the jade in Long Chen's hand, Ling Yunzi and Tu Feng's expressions changed. They were filled with disbelief. Neither of them took the soul-calming jade from his hand. Instead, they just carefully examined it for a long time. This should be legendary Nine-Vein soul-calming jade. This is the first time I've ever seen it in person. Just where did you get this jade? Asked Ling Yunzi. Wait, no, don't tell me. What do you want to know about it? Just as Long Chen was about to reply, Ling Yunzi stopped him. It'd be better for him not to know that much. Long Chen had just been hesitating whether or not he should really tell them the origin of this jade. Although he knew the two of them were trustworthy, this matter was just too major for him to tell others about. Long Chen sighed in relief that Ling Yunzi didn't want to know. Thank you, sect leader. Disciple wants to know about where this soul-calming jade comes from and its use. Ling Yunzi nodded. Soul-calming jade is a very special item because it is able to accept spiritual strength. That allows it to have many effects. In terms of quality, the first thing to mention is its grade. It is first split into 5 categories that are very easy to distinguish. Its grade can be determined by their color. They go from white, blue, yellow, green, and then violet. Other than grade, there is also a matter of its texture. Soul-calming jade is a natural treasure that is able to absorb natural energy. It can also cultivate just like a person. Each time it matures to a certain point, an extra vein will appear on the jade. The more veins and the higher the grade, the greater the amount of spiritual strength it can endure. However, most soul-calming jade is used to make teleportation jade talismans. An ordinary one-vein white soul-calming jade has a teleportation distance of around 3,000 miles. As for 9-vein soul-calming jade, it has a teleportation distance of 27,000 miles. Although I said soul-calming jade can be split into white, blue, yellow, green, and violet grades, I've only personally seen white and blue jade. The rest, I've only heard of. Blue soul-calming jade should have a teleportation distance of 30,000 miles. But blue soul-calming jade is extremely rare. Our monastery doesn't have it. Only the super monastery has it. I've heard that yellow soul calming jade has other uses other than teleportation, but I'm not sure about the specifics. And so of course I know nothing about your peak tier 9 vein violet soul calming jade. Long Chen was dumbfounded by this explanation. The super monastery had a total of 108 monasteries. It was a huge existence that had existed for tens of thousands of years. And yet, it only had up to blue jade. Then this violet jade his parents had left for him really was too frightening. Just who were his parents? They were actually able to use a peak-tier soul-calming jade as just a keepsake for him. This discovery both excited and saddened Long Chen. He was excited to have found a clue. But this clue told him that he still had a long, long way to go before finding out the secret of his origin. Before arriving at the peak of the martial path, do not try to search for your origins. Those words that terrifying expert had left for him echoed within his mind. He was still far too weak. This discovery depressed him. Saying farewell to the sect leader and Tu Feng, Long Chen returned to the Heaven-Earth faction. Tu Feng and Ling Yunzi looked at his back as he left. Ling Yunzi finally sighed. No wonder Long Chen is so mature at such a young age. It seems he is carrying far more on his shoulders than we imagined. Tu Feng also sighed. That's true. Many people have seen his powerful side, but no one knows just how much he had to pay in order to become so strong. Sect leader, are you really planning on supporting Long Chen? Aren't you afraid of the Heavenly Tao's karma? Ling Yunzi smiled slightly. I'm not afraid. Didn't I already say that all the consequences will be shouldered by just me? I, Ling Yunzi, have no child or wife. My master has already departed from this world, and I also have no apprentices. Who cares about the backlash of the Heavenly Taos? The most it can do is take my life. Is that so terrible? To be able to personally watch as a divergent grows, that is heaven-defying karmic luck. Or perhaps Long Chen's appearance in front of me was all set up by the heavens. Since no one can be sure of what the final result will be, what's the point of being so fearful and worried? It'd be better to just stop having any misgivings and do whatever I want. Tu Feng bitterly smiled. In any case, nothing I say will change your mind. Ling Yunzi said, the Heavenly Taos are difficult to fathom. The higher your realm, the more the Heavenly Taos veil themselves. Rather than trying to analyze the Heavenly Taos, it'd be more interesting to do whatever I want to do. I'm going to do my best to raise Long Chen. The other monasteries favored are nothing in front of him. I'm looking forward to see Long Chen dominating in the next competition. You're getting addicted to gambling, said Tu Feng helplessly. I really am getting a bit addicted. I feel like my bottleneck has loosened a great deal now. Perhaps I'll go into seclusion and try to break through. This time I feel like I have a 30% chance of advancing. A confident light shined in Ling Yunzi's eyes. That high? Tu Feng was shocked. Long Chen's success in the battle also filled me with confidence. If I succeed, then during the next competition, I'm definitely going to give a slap to a couple old faces. Ling Yunzi icily snorted. That's right, I forgot to tell Long Chen he absolutely can't tell Senior Tsang Ming about the matter of the chosen position. Otherwise, if Senior Tsang Ming learns of it, he'll definitely go slaughter a path to the super monastery. Tu Feng suddenly slapped his leg. You're worrying too much. Long Chen isn't the gossiping type. He probably won't tell this to anyone. Ling Yunzi shook his head. I need to go into seclusion now. The monastery will be in your hands for this time. Remember, give Long Chen everything he needs. Even if he wants to empty the entire monastery of its treasure, let him. Although that was what he said, he knew with Long Chen's character, he definitely wouldn't do anything like that. Tu Feng nodded. He then suddenly asked, what about Elder's son? Leave it be. Let Long Chen handle it however he wants. It's his life. Tu Feng left Ling Yunzi's immortal cave. Looking down on the scenery below, he suddenly felt that although it looked the same on the outside, the monastery was undergoing a complete transformation. By the time Long Chen returned to the Heaven-Earth faction, all the monastery's disciples had already gathered there. They had already set up food and alcohol. They were just waiting for Long Chen. When Long Chen finally arrived, all those disciples cheered. Long Chen's melancholy was immediately blown away by their enthusiasm. "Boss, let me tell you, these little fellows are all planning a conspiracy to get you completely drunk." Guoran immediately called out from within the crowd. "Fuck Guoran, you little traitor, how dare you betray us so quickly? What are you talking about? I've always been on the same side as boss. As if I would ever follow your bad examples." Guoran didn't get embarrassed or angry. Instead, he acted completely righteous. Watching this play out, how could Long Chen not realize what was happening? He laughed. "Isn't it just drinking alcohol? When have I, Long Chen, ever been afraid of that? Come, me and Guoran will challenge you all." Seeing that Long Chen immediately agreed despite knowing their intentions, everyone cheered. That kind of heroism was the same heroism Long Chen had on the battlefield. "Let's go. Drink Long Chen into the ground. Brothers, hurry up." Even Tang Wan'er, Yi Zhiqiu, and the other women who didn't like drinking alcohol laughed and got a cup, prepared to charge over at any time as well. Victory in that huge battle had not been easy. Over half their monastery's disciples had ended up sacrificing their lives. Everyone had been filled with sorrow. When they had first returned to the monastery, they had all been silent. There hadn't been any party or celebration. But now Long Chen had returned. He was everyone's spiritual pillar. They vowed to drink to their heart's content with Long Chen. That was also a way to vent their feelings. Guoran was actually unnerved now. Originally, he had thought that Long Chen would pull in all the brothers of the Heaven-Earth faction to drink against everyone else. But now it was just him and Long Chen against everyone. His face was completely green. His capacity for alcohol was definitely not high enough for this. He suddenly cried out, "Brothers, just now I succeeded in invading the enemy camp and managed to find out the truth about him. I've found out that Long Chen is all alone and won't have any help. Brothers, quick, don't be afraid, charge with me. Come boss, let me offer you a cup." Guoran raised a cup, his face not turning the slightest bit red. "Fuck Guoran, you really are becoming more and more shameless," cursed Long Chen. "Boss, that's just what I learned from you. A real man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him," Guoran said quietly, quickly drinking his cup. He then cheered on everyone else. "Brothers, I, Guoran, have already taken the first shot. The rest will be up to you all. Hurry up and get out of the way." A large hand quickly pulled Guoran aside. Gu Yang stood in front of Long Chen. "I, Gu Yang, have to admit that I'm no match for you in terms of combat, but I don't believe I also can't drink more than you. Let's start with 10 jugs. Long Chen laughed and didn't waste words. As long as someone came to challenge him, whether it was with cups, bowls, or basins, he would drink just as much as them. Last time when he had been with Shi Feng and them, he hadn't used any qi to protect himself. Otherwise, that really would have been bullying them. But this time, everyone was experts. He went all out drinking. At the beginning, everyone would only come challenge him one by one, but later on, no one was patient enough for that. They all began to drink together, and in the end, everyone else was already passed out drunk around him. Long Chen took one final drink before passing out too. He slept for 2 full days before awakening. After that huge drinking party, he had relaxed a great deal. Drinking alcohol also had its benefits sometimes. Within a room of the immortal cave, an old stone appeared in Long Chen's hand. A devilish smile appeared on his face. Time to get to business. Chapter 276a Trade. Ever since the battle between the righteous and corrupt paths, Elder Sun had been incredibly depressed. He had failed to kill Long Chen, and Tu Feng had even managed to pick up some clues. Once everyone had returned to the monastery, all the elders had received a huge number of merit points as rewards. However, he had obtained less than half of what the others had. These so-called merit points were essentially what the disciples' points were, but for elders. Using those merit points, elders could exchange for whatever cultivation resources they needed from the monastery. If the monastery didn't have it, then they could go to the super monastery to exchange for it. The super monastery was a level higher than the monastery, and it contained all kinds of treasures. Of course, the prerequisite was that you had enough merit points. Merit points were essential for elders. Their main source of merit points was from their monthly rations. But participating in a huge battle would naturally earn you many more. During most of the battles between the righteous and corrupt paths, these elders would obtain around a year's worth of resources. However, during the battle this time, the elders had not just been bystanders, but had personally taken action, undergoing a life and death battle. And so the rewards for this battle were much more plentiful, equivalent to around 10 years of working in the monastery. The other elders had gone crazy with joy. Only Elder Sun's reward had been cut in half. But he also didn't dare argue. That was because when Elder Tu Feng had given him his rewards, he had said, "The rewards are given out in accordance to how much effort you put in. You understand?" Hearing him say, "You understand," Elder Sun's complaints died in his stomach. Elder Sun had gloomily returned to his immortal cave. The next day, a piece of news came that infuriated him even more. An elder who had fought remarkably during that battle was replacing him as the elder in charge of the Shentian Pavilion. That news made him almost explode in fury. The monthly rations for elders were split in accordance to their position. He had been in charge of the Shentian Pavilion for decades. He hadn't expected Tu Feng to be so vicious and take away that position. He was now essentially a sinecure elder. A sinecure elder had no position and would get the lowest amount of rations. Even amongst the other elders of the monastery, he had been a high-ranking figure. The other elders would all have to be courteous when speaking to him. But now, because of a just an accident, he had been suspended from his position. Without those resources, he would have to live sparingly and his cultivation would stall. Due to that, Elder Sun had thickened his face and quietly gone to find Tu Feng to ask why he had done this. And Tu Feng's reply had almost made him explode. "You understand." Elder Sun had directly returned to his immortal cave and destroyed all his decorations and ornaments in his fury. He swore that if Tu Feng dared say those words to him again, he would throttle him. During these days, Elder Sun had been unable to eat well, had been unable to sleep properly, and hadn't had the heart to cultivate. He felt he might go crazy from his fury. He knew Tu Feng was doing this because of his hidden trick. Tu Feng had failed to charge him for the matter of letting that corrupt elder attack Long Chen because of his perfect cover-up. This was just Tu Feng's petty revenge after not being able to take him in. On this day, Elder Sun had finally not been able to bear it any longer and had once more smashed apart the decorations of his immortal cave that had only just been replaced, making him feel much better. Reporting to Elder, Long Chen had come to see you. Just as Elder Sun's mood had recovered a bit, Long Chen came in. Seeing the mess of his immortal cave, he clapped. "Elder Sun really is amazing. You actually exercise so early in the morning." "Long Chen, you better stop boasting around me. Speak, what do you want? If you only came here to laugh at me, then get lost." Elder Sun gloomily glared at Long Chen. Long Chen was currently smiling like he had been blessed by the heavens. That caused Elder Sun's fury to immediately reignite. Having lived for so long, you should try to stop getting so angry. Don't the books say that people who can resist negativity have the strongest willpower? Looking at how negative you are, I'd say you need to work on that, sighed Long Chen. "Are you looking to die?" raged Elder Sun. Long Chen's insult of being a negative person was directed to those male cultivators who trained in yin techniques, becoming neither yin or yang, ending up neither male or female. Looking for crap? Correct, otherwise why would I be here? I came here precisely to look for a piece of crap like you. Long Chen, don't make me kill you. Elder Sun's eyes were completely red, and his aura completely erupted out. He was on the verge of going out of control. First of all, you aren't able to kill me. Even if I don't have Chu Yao's support, you aren't able to kill me instantly. Attacking me would just be a waste of energy. And furthermore, if you do attack, you'll regret it for a lifetime. That's because you'll lose any chance of obtaining that thing you long for even in your dreams. Long Chen picked up a chair that only had a single leg broken. Leaning it against the wall, he sat on it comfortably, crossing his legs, looking at Elder Sun nonchalantly. Elder Sun knew Long Chen really was a monster. Even if he didn't have Chu Yao's help, there was no way he would be able to kill him within just 2 or 3 moves. And if he did try, his full strength would immediately break apart this immortal cave and attract other experts. And he also knew that killing Long Chen was an impossibility. Those words he had said were just because he was infuriated. However, hearing the last thing Long Chen said, he frowned. "What do you mean?" "I want to make a trade with you." Long Chen lightly brushed off some dust on his sleeve that had come from he had picked up the chair. "What trade? What are you still putting up an act for? What do I have that you constantly want? Don't try and fake it." Long Chen coldly snorted disdainfully. "Nonsense, what are you saying?" raged Elder Sun. It was true he wanted something from Long Chen, but he couldn't admit that. "It's not that I want to look down on you, but I really look down on you." Long Chen disdainfully shook his head. An old stone appeared in his hand. There were some strange diagrams on it that released an ancient aura. Elder Sun's pupils shrunk the moment he saw that stone. He could tell that this stone was black zirconium. It was incredibly hard, and blades were unable to harm it. Black zirconium was an extremely rare forging material. But its most amazing point was that it was used to pass down powerful cultivation techniques and battle skills. Experts would carve their powerful techniques onto black zirconium. That black zirconium would manage to preserve a portion of that expert's will and intent. That allowed later generations to comprehend it easier. Furthermore, Long Chen's black zirconium also contained that will and intent. Although it was a bit faint, someone as powerful as Elder Sun was easily capable of sensing it. "Originally, I had wanted to make a trade with you. Unfortunately, you really are too shameless and refuse to admit to anything. Then just forget about it. You can continue acting like a hypocrite," sneered Long Chen, standing up to leave. "Wait a minute," Elder Sun hastily called out. Long Chen turned back to glance at him. "Why do you want me to wait? You want to kill me to silence me? Then let me say it again, it's not that I want to look down on you, but I really do look down on you." Elder Sun immediately reddened. Long Chen's words really were too insulting, but for this treasure he could only endure. "What do you want in trade?" Elder Sun was extremely astute. He had investigated Long Chen's origin. According to Long Chen's status, there was no way he could recognize black zirconium. And so the chance of it being fake was not very high. Furthermore, black zirconium was incomparably hard. To carve diagrams on it required at least a Xiantian cultivation base. Long Chen wouldn't be able to fake it even if he wanted to. The third point that proved it was true was the aura coming from that black zirconium. It was the exact same as the aura from Long Chen's divine ring. Those 3 points all made Elder Sun believe this really was Long Chen's divine ring technique. He didn't know what Long Chen's goal was, but Elder Sun really had been greedy for Long Chen's cultivation technique for a long time. If there was a chance of him obtaining it, he definitely couldn't let it slip by him. A trade has to be done amicably. Business must be done without anger. Otherwise, neither party will get rich. Your previous words have really ruined my mood. I don't think I want to trade with you." Long Chen turned to leave. Elder Sun hastily moved in front of him. This was an extremely rare opportunity. He couldn't let it slip by, or he would regret it for a lifetime. "Long Chen, all things can be discussed. Why don't you calm down first?" Elder Sun's face really was as thick as tree bark. He actually smiled amicably. "You want me to calm down? All right, then first you have to admit that your previous words were just a fart." "Fine, I admit that everything I said before was just a fart." After hesitating for a moment, Elder Sun saw that Long Chen was about to leave and hastily called out. "Ah, as expected of an 8-temper elder. This fart really was strong. Admirable, really admirable." Long Chen laughed. Elder Sun's expression was rather ugly, and killing intent was surging behind his eyes. Long Chen was nakedly insulting him. But in order to obtain that divine cultivation technique, he had to temporarily restrain himself. But inside he was plotting how to quietly kill Long Chen as soon as he managed to obtain his cultivation technique. Seeing that fake calmness and that inconcealable hate in his eyes, Long Chen sneered inside. "You old fogey, you want my life? I'll properly play with you till you're dead." Looking at Long Chen's cold smile, for some reason, Elder Sun began to get a bad feeling. "Tell me what you want. But remember, a trade has to be fair. Don't bother trying to ask for too much." Elder Sun wasn't a fool. He couldn't let Long Chen ask for too much, so he first spoke out to give himself an opportunity to haggle. Long Chen handed over a sheet of paper. "Gather up everything on this page." Taking that page and giving it a look over, Elder Sun's expression changed. "Absolutely not." Chapter 277 Grand Masterpiece. "Absolutely not." Elder Sun's expression was ugly as he looked at that page. "There's not even some of these in the entire monastery. You're clearly just trying to rip me off. How am I supposed to get this many medicinal ingredients?" Long Chen's page had hundreds of precious medicinal ingredients listed on them. Some of them were ones that Elder Sun had never even heard of. And if it was just these medicinal ingredients, then that would be one thing. The main point was that the amounts Long Chen wanted of each one was too shocking. Most of the time, medicinal ingredients were measured in terms of grams. But Long Chen required pounds of them. He wanted 100 pounds for each medicinal ingredient. In total, he was asking for tens of thousands of pounds of precious medicinal ingredients. Aren't you just wasting words? If I could find them, why would I ask for an idiot like you to do it for me? Don't bother wasting your time. Will you do it or not? Snorted Long Chen. This list contained ingredients for the Alioth pill as well as another couple medicinal ingredients he needed for various pills. There were also various ingredients that were common secondary ingredients for a large number of pills. This time Long Chen really had been ruthless. He asked for 100 pounds of each of those. "You want my life? You want my technique? Then let me help you out. But then you also don't need this much. 100 pounds of each of them? Do you think these medicinal ingredients are just cabbages?" Raged Elder Sun. "What do you care? Even if I wanted to use these medicinal ingredients to use as firewood, it wouldn't have anything to do with you. If you want to accept this trade, then accept. If you don't, then that's fine too," sneered Long Chen. "You? No, it's too much. With my merit points, there's no way I could buy this much. You have to cut it down. At most, I can only get you half of this amount." Elder Sun shook his head. Long Chen icily snorted and ignored him, going to leave. "Hey, what are you doing?" Elder Sun hastily called out. "I'm going to go have a talk with Elder Tu Fong. I wonder whether I can obtain the things I want by offering my cultivation technique to the monastery?" Long Chen wondered as he walked. Hey, wait a minute. Let's keep discussing." "There's nothing to discuss," said Long Chen decisively. Elder Sun grit his teeth. "Fine, I'll accept." Long Chen smiled and directly handed that black zirconium to Elder Sun. "Stop dreaming. This cultivation technique of mine is split into upper and lower portions. This is just my advance payment so that you know it's not a fake. If you want the lower portion, you better gather up everything and give it to me. Of course, if you want to try and be smart, you can try and experiment to figure out the lower portion. But let me say this one more time. It's not that I want to look down on you, but I really look down on you." After he finished speaking, Long Chen left, leaving behind a furious Elder Sun holding that black zirconium. When Long Chen finally disappeared, Elder Sun's fury was replaced with absolute delight. "Fuck. If I had known it would be this easy, why would I have bothered with targeting him?" Elder Sun was delighted by how easy this had been. Although Long Chen's requirements were very high, it was still within the limit that Elder Sun could accept. He carefully examined this black zirconium. It was the size of an egg, and here was a diagram carved on top of it. However, that diagram wasn't complete. But even though it was just a portion, he could see that it was a diagram of a person's meridians. There were lines showing how to circulate energy. Elder Sun stared at it for half a day, becoming more and more delighted. He found that this way of circulating energy was extremely profound and complicated. Although this was still just a portion of it, it was enough to awe him. What a powerful cultivation technique! This time I've really struck gold. Elder Sun couldn't hold back a laugh. He confidently said to himself, for such a powerful cultivation technique to be obtained by a little blood condensation amateur really is a waste. Once I obtain the full technique, I'll definitely be able to advance to meridian opening. Then I'll easily kill Long Chen. Who cares if I have to betray the Xiantian monastery? The heavens are so large. As long as I don't run into any Xiantian experts, who would dare block me? Elder Sun seemed to envision a scene of him advancing into meridian opening, traveling freely throughout the heavens, arrogantly looking down on all. Only after a long time did he come back to his senses. He continued examining that black zirconium. On the front side was that partial diagram, but there was also an ancient character on the back. Elder Sun examined it for a while before recognizing it to be the character for rebel. But the character was written in an extremely odd, archaic manner, and not the standard ancient form. Looks like this cultivation technique is extremely ancient. That brat Long Chen must definitely have some heaven-defying luck, sighed Elder Sun. He continued examining the diagram for a while, but he found that this technique was extremely profound, and there was no way that he could figure out the whole thing just by relying on this portion. Of course, that was also why Long Chen had given it to him so easily. However, obtaining this black zirconium did fill Elder Sun with greater confidence. It seemed Long Chen really did want to go through with this trade. As for why Long Chen had chosen him to trade for those things, that did make him suspicious. However, given how much Long Chen had asked for, his worries were lessened a great deal. Let alone Long Chen, even elders who had worked decades in the monastery wouldn't be able to buy all the medicinal ingredients Long Chen had requested. However, Elder Sun had worked in the monastery for a very long time, and he had also had the lucrative position in charge of the Xiantian pavilion for decades, so he had a great deal of savings. Long Chen's request would be extremely painful for him to fulfill, but he could still do it. However, half of all his savings would be gone. But more importantly, most of these medicinal ingredients could not be found in the monastery. He had to make a trip to the super monastery to buy them. That very day, Elder Sun left to go to the super monastery, purchasing all the ingredients listed on Long Chen's list. Elder Sun's actions were completely in Long Chen's expectations. Although he knew that coming to find him at this time would definitely raise his suspicions, Long Chen was sure that by proposing such a high trade request and by also giving him half of his reward at the beginning, that old fellow would definitely take the bait. Once he left Elder Sun's immortal cave, Long Chen saw that everyone had already awakened from their drinking contest and had secluded themselves. That huge battle had been extremely beneficial to them. Since Long Chen had returned and their hearts had been steadied, they all secluded themselves in order to absorb all the benefits of that battle. Returning to his immortal cave, he saw that Tang Wan'er and Qing Yu were both in a meditative state, and so he didn't bother them. He then went to go find Wild, but found that he and Little Snow had disappeared. After asking some workers, he found out the two of them had gone hunting with Tsang Ming. Wild had been starving the entire time during these past few days. Ordinary magical beasts were unable to allay his hunger. As soon as he had returned to the monastery, he had gone to see his master to get some food. Little Snow was similar to him in that he required meat to cultivate, and so Wild had naturally brought Little Snow along as well. Seeing everyone in seclusion, Long Chen didn't even know what he should do. He was still waiting for news from Elder Sun. He trusted Elder Sun would be even more impatient than him. He was probably gathering the medicinal ingredients as quickly as he could. After thinking about it for a bit, Long Chen decided to go visit Guoran. Guoran's immortal cave was the most isolated of all the immortal caves. As soon as Long Chen approached, he heard loud clanking and banging, the sound of forging, coming from within. Entering his immortal cave, he saw the entire ground was covered with junk. Iron fragments were everywhere, as well as a couple failed items. Even though Long Chen had arrived, Guoran's head was still down. He was constantly beating something on his huge forging table. That forging table was exceptionally large. It was covered with all kinds of forging utensils. From a distance, it almost looked like a beast made of ironware. It was no wonder Tang Wanner had grumbled to him that Guoran was spending more and more. He had constantly been asking for more points from her. Most likely, Guoran was planning on changing profession to become more of a forger than a cultivator. Seeing him so focused on what he was working on, Long Chen sighed. Even this little fellow can be serious sometimes. As he got closer, Long Chen saw Guoran was using a set of pliers to hold a 9-inch steel nail. That steel nail had only just been taken out of the furnace beside him. His right hand held a hammer that was smashing down over and over, sparks flying. That steel nail's head was gradually turning black as it was struck by the hammer. Long Chen saw that dense lines covered the top of the nail. Although Long Chen didn't understand much about forging, he knew that a single line would appear after that steel nail was tempered once. Within Phoenix Cry, the majority of weapons had only gone through a single tempering. That was because Phoenix Cry's forgers were just ordinary blacksmiths, and were unable to temper their weapons a second time. They weren't skillful or strong enough, and so when they tried to let their weapons undergo a second tempering, they would automatically burst apart. That was why ordinary weapons were only tempered once, and only had one line when created. After it cooled off, that line would fade, but professionals would all be able to tell just how many times a weapon had been tempered. Furthermore, it was said that good weapons were all tempered at least 10 times. The more times a weapon was tempered, the less impurities it would contain. It was said that steel could be tempered up to 100 times. Although steel was just a very ordinary metal, after being tempered 100 times, its hardness would be absolutely shocking. That level of steel was capable of even piercing through the armor of a third-rank magical beast. The steel nail in Guoran's hand had tens of lines, showing how many times it had been tempered by him. Guoran had remained focused this entire time. When the nail's color had changed to a certain level, he immediately threw it into the water bucket beside him. The water boiled for a moment before quickly calming back down. Guoran carefully took out the steel nail and examined it. But when he went to examine it, he also saw Long Chen standing in front of him. "Boss?" Guoran was given a fright, and his hand loosened for a moment, dropping that nail onto his foot. But he was fortunate that the nail landed on its side, otherwise with how sharp he had made it, his foot would have acquired a new hole. However, that nail, which was only the thickness of a single finger, was still dozens of pounds. Having it smash on his foot still made him yelp in pain. "Looks like if you ever leave the monastery, you'll still be able to feed yourself by being a blacksmith." Long Chen laughed. Guoran rubbed his foot vexedly. "Boss, if you discriminate against me, you'll be discriminating against a future crafting god. You have to apologize." Long Chen couldn't help laughing. "Fine. If you can show me any of the style of a crafting god, I will apologize." Guoran brightened. Hee boss, don't eat your words. I'll let you see what is called a grand masterpiece." Chapter 278 Voidbreaker Crossbow. Guoran touched his spatial ring and took out a huge crossbow. It wasn't the same as ordinary crossbows. Its crossbow limb at the front was completely straight. The bowstring was golden, and the two ends were wrapped around two cylindrical wheels. That string seemed to have been wrapped around the crossbow randomly in an incomprehensible manner. The crossbow was almost 6 feet long, around the same height as an average person. It was made entirely of the finest steel that had been tempered 100 times. Just by looking at it, it was possible to tell that it was shockingly heavy. Guoran was extremely proud of this crossbow. He wished he could show it off grandly, but it was actually too heavy for him to carry, so he could only lay it on the ground. "So, what do you think, boss? This is my new invention. I call it Voidbreaker. Can you help me shoot out an arrow? Asked Guoran with embarrassment. Longchen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Are you telling me you can't even use your own invention? How are you supposed to fight enemies like this? Why didn't you make it lighter? Guoran was bitter. I wish it could be lighter, but in order to increase its power, the crossbow's hardness had to be pushed to the peak. Otherwise it wouldn't have its optimal power. Fine, I'll help you test it. Longchen went to pick it up. It was no wonder Guoran was unable to use it. It had to be at least 70,000 pounds. Wow, it really is heavy. I hope its power doesn't disappoint. Longchen was a bit shocked. Although this weight wasn't much to him, an ordinary tendon transformation expert was unable to use it. Don't worry, boss, even Senior Tsang Ming endlessly praised this invention of mine, Guoran said with pride. Senior Tsang Ming has seen this crossbow. Of course. He even praised me. What did he say? Are you ready? That old man said I was extremely good at boasting. Hey boss, stop looking about me so disdainfully. Senior Tsang Ming is our monastery's #1 forging master. Obtaining his praise is extremely difficult. Seeing Longchen's disdainful expression, Guoran was a bit irritated. That is true. With how prideful Senior Tsang Ming, just him praising you as being good at boasting is also a positive for you. Longchen nodded. Of course. At the beginning when I showed it to him, after praising my boasting, he said my bowstring wasn't good enough and gave me a couple new ones. Hee, that let my Voidbreaker become even stronger, said Guoran excitedly. The bowstrings Tsang Ming had given him were all made of mithril. Mithril was an extremely soft metal, but its toughness was absolutely alarming. It was the best material for bowstrings. However, mithril was an incredibly precious metal. Guoran didn't have the qualifications to obtain it yet. And even if he did, then with his still amateur techniques, he wouldn't be able to use it properly. And so obtaining this bowstring from Tsang Ming was not only a sign of Tsang Ming's approval, but it also affirmed his own confidence in himself. Longchen really was surprised that Tsang Ming would look so favorably on this crossbow. Just what mystery was behind that? He began to pull back the string. As he pulled, the two wheels to the side also moved slightly. The messy bowstring also gradually became taut. Nice, that's a pretty smart move. Longchen realized that Guoran had used a clever technique to use the wheels to reduce how hard you had to pull in order to knock the crossbow. But there were springs inside, and when the string was released, the wheels would immediately release their energy to increase the force. Hee, back when you went to the rubble wasteland, you told me my talent was just ordinary and that I needed to find an alternative route to stand out. Afterwards, I thought about it and realized you were right. I can't just keep following the same old path without trying anything new. And now, I've ended up being fascinated by mechanism and forging arts. Although I've only reached the entry level, I really do like these playthings. Sometimes I'll even think about them while dreaming. I've tasted the sweet taste of success in battle. I swear that I will become a grand craftsman now, said Guoran with confidence. Longchen was surprised Guoran had become so devoted. Thinking of how he had laughed at him before, Longchen felt a bit bad. Your brother apologizes to you. I shouldn't have ridiculed you. Guoran laughed. Boss, you don't need to say that. I know you were joking. Longchen said, No, I was serious. Longchen stopped joking around and began to really pull on the bowstring. He was surprised that even with the help of the cylindrical wheels, it still needed a shocking amount of force to pull back. Finally, when the crossbow was fully knocked, even the crossbow limb at the front had curved like a crescent moon. Just looking at this taut crossbow gave Longchen a chill. If an arrow was shot out with that kind of force, it would definitely be shockingly powerful. Guoran, you aren't able to use this crossbow for now. Without 200,000 pounds of force, you won't be able to fully knock it, said Longchen with worry. Guoran was bitter. That's also the most vexing thing for me. My spirit root is average, my physical body is average, and my soul is also average. In total, I am the averagest of all averages. When I managed to make this amazing void-breaking crossbow, I thought I'd be able to exterminate one or two favored, but, no matter what, I can't even carry it. It's the most depressing thing ever. It can kill favored? Long Chen was startled. Guoran confidently said, right now it's still in its embryonic state. Once I do a couple experiments and perfect it, I'm certain that it will be able to kill favored. Boss, take a look at the arrow. Guoran went deeper into his immortal cave and came back out with an arrow. Long Chen carefully examined it. How is this thing even an arrow? It was more like a short spear. It had to be 5 feet long and as thick as an egg. It was clearly also a new invention of Guoran's. And as soon as he lifted he found that it had to be over 10,000 pounds. There were also many little grooves along the shaft. Looking at those little grooves, Long Chen exclaimed, Guoran, you really are a genius. Boss, you know what those grooves are for? Guoran was surprised. If my guess is right, these grooves should be to lessen the air resistance, allowing it to fly faster as well as letting it fly silently. The faster something moved through the air, the more drag and resistance it would meet, eventually causing a sonic boom. That was a law of physics. But these little grooves were able to prevent that, allowing it to kill others silently. By the time anyone sensed it, it would already be too late. Boss really is boss. I had to research and experiment for a long time before figuring this out, but boss figured it out with just a glance, said Guoran with worship. Let's stop shamelessly boasting about each other. Let's test it out. The two of them left the monastery and found a small mountain. That was a stone mountain over 40 meters tall. Let's try it out. Long Chen aimed the crossbow at that mountain from 5 miles away. With a light release of a lock, the arrow shot out like lightning. The instant that arrow shot out, Long Chen felt a huge backlash and he involuntarily stumbled back a dozen steps. Boom! That small mountain exploded to pieces from that arrow, dust filling the air. Long Chen and Guoran were dumbfounded. Even Guoran hadn't expected this. Although he had personally made it, he had never had the strength required to use it. Today was his first time seeing it in action. That arrow hadn't had any explosives in it. This explosion had been considered entirely due to the power of inertia behind that arrow. Just that inertia possessed the shocking power to break apart a small mountain. And most frightening of all, while it had been flying through the air, there hadn't been the slightest sound. A perfect sneak attack. Both Long Chen and Guoran looked at each other with a wicked light shining in their eyes. They laughed. They had actually said the same thing at the same time. With this kind of weapon, Guoran's killing power would definitely be alarmingly high. However, after laughing for a moment, Guoran could no longer laugh. No matter how amazing it was, if he couldn't use it, then it was useless. Long Chen might be able to use it, but he preferred to face his opponents head-on, fighting on the front lines. He would never have an opportunity to use this Voidbreaker crossbow. Long Chen patted Guoran on the shoulders. Don't worry, leave this to me. Really? Aren't you just wasting words? When have I ever tricked you? Asked Long Chen. But there is one thing I have to make clear to you first. You have to keep your Tao heart steady. If you can keep a steady Tao heart, I can guarantee that you'll advance without bottlenecks for your whole life. How is that possible? Guoran was filled with disbelief. Live a whole life without bottlenecks? Not even a god would necessarily be able to do that. As long as you can keep a steady Tao heart, I can accomplish that, said Long Chen solemnly. Boss, what is this Tao heart? Asked Guoran. A Tao heart is a kind of a belief, a kind of conviction in your own truths that will never change. Each person's beliefs are different. For example, you might believe in your inventions and creations, believing that you can use smarts to overcome any difficulties and become a revered crafting god. That will be your Tao heart. As long as you can let your Tao heart stay unrattled, I can use medicinal pills to constantly raise your cultivation base. However, once a problem occurs with your Tao heart, once you start to feel lost or begin to doubt in your own choices, your cultivation base will forever stall, warned Long Chen. Each person's Tao heart was different. Some people believed in their inheritance, some people believed in their cultivation technique, Some people believed in their bloodlines, and some people believed they were simply the geniuses of heaven. No matter what kind of Tao heart you had, it had to go through endless tempering. Many people ended up losing more and more confidence as they went through that tempering. In the end, they lost sight of what they were supposed to believe in. Even people with extremely stable Tao hearts were unable to keep them perfect forever. If they received a large enough impact, that would make it impossible for them to advance to become experts in the future. As for Guoran, his Tao heart would be extremely dangerous. Once his smarts failed and he lost sight of what he wanted from forging, he would lose his path and become lost. That would be especially terrible for Guoran, as his foundation would have been built up by medicinal pills. He would never have a chance to choose a new Tao heart if his old one was shattered. Boss, I'll definitely succeed in becoming a crafting god. If Guoran didn't succeed in this path, he would forever be lost. But Guoran was determined. Long Chen nodded. Since he had made this choice, then Long Chen would go all out to help him. As for how far Guoran could go, that would be up to him. After all, Guoran's latest invention, this crossbow, was something that even Long Chen admired. Guoran was definitely a genius. He could think of all sorts of crazy inventions. The next day, Long Chen was looking for something to do when Elder Sun returned. Chapter 279 Obtaining Medicinal Ingredients. Long Chen was pleased to see the many medicinal ingredients packed into this spatial ring. Elder Sun really was efficient. What Long Chen didn't know was how much pain Elder Sun was in. His lifetime savings had been cut by over half for those medicinal ingredients. Long Chen hand over the lower portion of that cultivation technique. Elder Sun was extremely gloomy, but there was also a trace of excitement and nervousness in his voice. Long Chen checked the medicinal ingredients and saw they were the exact ones written on the list, delighting him. After that huge battle, they had passed down a huge number of points. Tang Waner and the other core disciples had gained over 1,000,000 points. Even ordinary disciples earned hundreds of thousands of points. To those disciples, that was an absolutely enormous amount. But for Long Chen, they were practically nothing. And that was why Long Chen had placed his sights on a fat sheep like Elder Sun. The disciples' points were incomparable to the elder's merit points. Some things couldn't even be exchanged for with disciple points. And even if they could obtain them, it would be incredibly expensive. These medicinal ingredients in this spatial ring would have definitely cost over 100,000,000 points, and even then, that was just a rough estimate. It could easily be more. Furthermore, many of them were unobtainable within the monastery. Elder Sun had gone to the super monastery for them. What, are you reneging? Seeing how sinister Long Chen's smile was, Elder Sun's heart jumped. This trade of theirs was completely secret. There was no one to witness it as proof. If Long Chen refused to go through with it, that would be extremely troublesome. What nonsense! Do you think I'm such a person? Long Chen snorted. He threw a piece of black zirconium to Elder Sun. Elder Sun hastily grabbed it. It was the exact same form as that previous black zirconium. On the front side was a complicated diagram of meridians, and there was an ancient character on the back. This new black zirconium had the character for kill on the back of it. When combined with the previous rebel character, would it be kill rebels? Or rebels kill? But no matter what, those two words were incredibly domineering. Hee, thank you. I'll leave for now. Elder Sun was delighted. Long Chen nodded. Okay, then you can go back. If there's anything else, you can come find me. Long Chen just lightly waved, acting as if he were saying goodbye to a member of the junior generation. That was greatly displeasing to Elder Sun. All right, I'll definitely come find you in the future. Elder Sun laughed amicably, but a cold light shined within his eyes. Although he had managed to obtain the cultivation technique, he had taken a severe blow to his savings, which made him extremely irritated. And now to protect this secret, he would naturally have to go find Long Chen later. Seeing Elder Sun's departing back, Long Chen sneered mockingly. I know you'll definitely come find me again, but it probably won't be for what you're thinking of. Long Chen returned to his immortal cave and saw Tang Wan'er standing at the front of it. She suspiciously asked, "What kind shady business are you up to again?" "Slander. This is definitely slander. I'm getting angry because of it." "Tisich, you think I still don't understand you? Speak. What kind of secret trade were you and Elder Sun up to?" Tang Wan'er didn't fall for Long Chen's little act at all. Tang Wan'er had just exited seclusion. When she had looked down the mountain, she had happened to see Long Chen and Elder Sun amicably discussing something. "There's nothing. You also know that I'm a highly principled man, a highly righteous man who will never hold a grudge." Long Chen smiled. "As if anyone would believe you. You don't hold grudges because you always get all your revenge on those people immediately, so of course there's no grudges to hold anymore. Hurry up and tell me what Elder Sun came for." Tang Wan'er glared at Long Chen. She definitely wouldn't let him off before telling her. "You really want to know?" Long Chen seemed somewhat troubled. "Hurry up and tell me." Long Chen helplessly sighed. Women really were troublesome sometimes. He supposed it was best for him to tell the truth. "After this huge battle this time, Elder Sun saw that my bones were pure, that my forehead was full, that I was a rare martial genius found only once in 10,000 years. Get to the point." Tang Wan'er frowned. She already knew Long Chen was messing around again. "Fine. He wants to take me as master." Tang Wan'er immediately hit Long Chen with a fist and rebuked, "Stop being flippant. Tell the truth." "It is the truth. He even sent me a gift for accepting him as an apprentice. I said I'd think it over and told him to leave for now, but I didn't feel like it would be right to also reject his gift. If I didn't even accept his gift, I'd definitely feel apologetic to him." Long Chen seemed so embarrassed to talk about that. He even handed over the spatial ring to Tang Wan'er. Tang Wan'er had been holding back a laugh, but then seeing the mountains of precious medicinal ingredients piled within that spatial ring, her smile disappeared. She covered her mouth, her eyes filled with shock. Although Tang Wan'er wasn't an alchemist, she still recognized a couple high-tier medicinal ingredients. These ingredients had to cost several thousand or even 10,000 points for a single one. But they were piled up like mountains inside the spatial ring. "Is this real?" muttered Tang Wan'er. "Of course it's true. Who do you think I, Long Chen, am? As long as I made a public declaration, who knows how many people would come begging at my door to take me as master. It is real." Tang Wan'er had taken out a medicinal ingredients and smelled it. That scent proved it was real. As for Long Chen, he was in the middle of gesturing passionately about how amazing he was when he realized she wasn't even looking at him. He had no choice but to stop. He looked up at the clouds in the sky. You aren't bragging anymore?" Looking at Long Chen acting like this, Tang Wan'er smiled. "It's too boring. I've bragged to the point that even I don't believe me anymore." Long Chen shook his head. "Sometimes I really wonder, Long Chen, do you never feel worried about anything? How are you so sloppy all the time?" Tang Wan'er blushed a bit at that last bit, as such a crude word was embarrassing for a lady to say out loud. But Long Chen didn't care about that. Looking up at the clouds, he said, "Being sloppy isn't a bad thing either. Otherwise, if you end up caring about every little thing, wouldn't you worry yourself to death?" For some reason, when she looked at Long Chen this time, although she could see his expression was still unworried and uncaring, she could also see a trace of loneliness in his eyes. Perhaps if it had been the old her who hadn't absorbed the Tao mark, she would not have been able to sense that. But after becoming a favored, she could sense that loneliness from Long Chen. That kind of loneliness wasn't about how many people were by his side. It was loneliness that existed despite being surrounded by people. It was as if the entire world was rejecting him. Or perhaps it could be said that he was rejecting the entire world. Tang Wan'er gently held his hand. "Long Chen, no matter what worries you have, you can tell me. I will share any burden you have." Having Tang Wan'er's tender hand holding his own, Long Chen's heart filled with warmth. Tang Wan'er was as beautiful as a flower, her pretty face touched with a dab of shyness. She was like the cherry blossoms blooming, so beautiful that people didn't dare to profane her. Tang Wanner had always been beautiful, but looking at her now, in this situation with these feelings, Long Chen felt Tang Wanner was more beautiful than ever. His heart was pounding faster and faster. Tang Wanner also began to breathe a bit faster. The two of them were pulling closer and closer to each other. Being stared at by Long Chen like this, Tang Wanner didn't dare to meet his eyes. She closed her eyes, her lips opening ever so slightly. Long Chen was unable to resist that beauty, and gave her a deep kiss. Tang Wanner let out a gentle gasp, involuntarily holding Long Chen tightly, her body limp and powerless. Long Chen felt as if his head was buzzing. All his heart and mind were focused on the feeling of those lips. Cough. Suddenly, a light cough rang out. It wasn't loud, but to the two of them, it rang out like thunder. The two of them instantly separated, seeing Qin Yu helplessly looking at the two of them. Tang Wanner's face was twisted with embarrassment. She lowered her head, quickly running into the immortal cave and tightly locking it behind her, refusing to come back out. Even with Long Chen's thick skin, being caught like this made him blush fiercely. Ah, Sister Qin Yu, hee, how coincidental. Tang Wanner might be able to run, but Long Chen couldn't. As a man, he had to face this. Sister Qin Yu, don't misunderstand. I've been a bit unwell these past few days and I ended up with a couple sores on my tongue. I was just asking Tang Wanner to help me take out the blood from those sores. There really was nothing, explained Long Chen. But after that explanation, not even he felt that anyone would believe him. Qin Yu shook her head and sighed. You're both grown up now and now you should act. I know you two like each other. But the relations between a man and a woman are like dry firewood that can ignite with a single spark. If you two can't hold back, you'd end up hurting one. Understand? Long Chen nodded, completely serious. Sister Qin Yu, I understand. I know you two will hold back and not take that final step, but something like this could still impact your Dao hearts. You might lose your way, stalling your cultivation. So don't blame your sister Qin Yu for being long-winded, admonished Qin Yu. If a woman lost her chastity before reaching the Xiantian realm, she would be unable to maintain her pure Yin body. No matter how good her talent had been, it would be wasted. This was the first time Long Chen didn't feel that Qin Yu was long-winded. At the same time, he also scolded himself. This was the result of playing with fire. On the off chance he couldn't hold back, he would regret it for a lifetime. 6 hours later, who knew whether Qin Yu had gotten tired or whether she felt Long Chen had been properly scolded, but she finally returned within the immortal cave. But when Long Chen saw Qin Yu knock on Tang Wanner's door, he saw that Tang Wanner refused to open the door no matter what. In the end, she had no choice but to drop the subject. Perhaps she would have a chance to make up this lesson to Tang Wanner after a few days. Long Chen returned to his room and began to refine those medicinal ingredients into powder, storing them inside jade bottles with tags. That would be much more convenient when he refined in the future. He could save a great deal of time when finally refine these powders into pills. 2 days passed as he refined these medicinal powders before Elder's son angrily called for him. Chapter 280 Furious Elder Sunday, Long Chen, get the hell out here. Elder's son arrived at Long Chen's immortal cave so angry that his hair was standing on end, an ominous glint shining in his eyes. Tang Wanner and Qin Yu were both given a fright and they came out to look. Long Chen unhurriedly came out of his room, seeing Elder's son who was so angry that smoke was practically coming out of his pores. He shook his head. For good or bad, you're still an elder of our monastery. Don't you feel that shouting abuse and curses so loudly and in the morning is a bit tasteless? Mocked Long Chen. Shut up. Long Chen, you dare cheat me. The thing you gave me wasn't a complete set at all. Elder's son clenched his teeth. But at least he hadn't lost his mind in his anger, and he didn't mention that the thing was his cultivation technique. So what if it wasn't a complete set? You clearly said that thing was split into 2 portions, an upper and lower portion dash. Long Chen waved his hand, indicating for him to shut up. he righteously explained. "Elder son, I seem to recall that although I said it was split into upper and lower portions, I didn't say there were only two." "What nonsense! An upper and lower portion is two portions." "You're wrong. The upper portion is only one part, but the lower portion is split into two parts. I gave you the lower part of the lower portion." Long Chen shrugged helplessly. "Bastard, that's clearly an upper, middle, lower portion split. What am I supposed to do with just the upper and lower portion?" Elder Sun raged. When he had obtained both those black zirconiums, he had returned to his immortal cave to research them, finding that it was really incomparably profound. But when he tried to circulate his spiritual qi in accordance to those diagrams, he found that he was unable to undergo a full circulation. After testing it several times without succeeding, he had finally undergone one test where his meridians had almost exploded from the forceful circulation. Feeling that something was wrong, he had studied the diagrams for 2 full days, finally coming to the conclusion that he was still missing a portion. That infuriated him so much that he almost coughed up blood. Naturally, he had come to find Long Chen. "That's just how you categorize it. Where I come from, it's like that." Long Chen shrugged fearlessly and shamelessly. Tang Wan'er and Qing Yu looked from the furious Elder Sun to the mischievous Long Chen. Neither said anything. Elder Sun was ashen from anger. His chest was heaving and his fists were tightly clenched. He looked like he might attack at any moment. But Long Chen just looked at him mockingly. "Go ahead and try to attack. I'm not afraid of you." And in the end, Elder Sun really didn't dare to attack. He wasn't stupid, and he knew that even if he did, he wouldn't be able to kill him. Furthermore, that would only bring more trouble for him, so he could only endure. "Speak. What do you want?" Elder Sun's voice was a bit rough from his anger. Probably the fact that he hadn't turned mute from anger was already not bad. "That's right, young people shouldn't be so angry. Don't worry, I've already got the prescription that'll fix all your anger. Here, go gather all these medicinal ingredients." Long Chen handed over a list to Elder Sun. Elder Sun was quivering uncontrollably as he received that list. When he looked at the huge number of medicinal ingredients and the quantities, he directly coughed up blood. "Long Chen, you're too excessive," raged Elder Sun. "Excessive? Hee, have you gone senile? Do you not remember all that you've done back then? You really had to act all virtuous and noble in front of me. The reason why I'm willing to sell my most precious treasure to you is all for you to taste the feeling of being oppressed. What happened to all your majesty from back then when you tried to force me to kneel? You wanted to use your bone-forging pressure to subdue me? Don't you like to be very arrogant? On the battlefield, you even wanted to use someone else to kill me. Just keep acting arrogant. Now that you're in the palm of my hand, you either better listen to me, or just fuck off. Of course, you can also try to attack me. But if you dare try that, well, if a monastery elder wanted to selfishly attack a disciple, then that elder would have to directly get the fuck out of the Shintian monastery. Cursed Long Chen. Although he had tried to keep his emotions in check, when he remembered about how Elder Sun had targeted him multiple times, in the end even trying to have him be killed, causing Chu Yao and Tang Wan'er to enter danger, his killing intent surged out. Long Chen took out a black zirconium the exact same as the previous two he had given Elder Sun. Seeing that stone, Elder Sun was filled with rage. "Old fellow, you can choose. Do you want to do this shady deal once, or twice?" snorted Long Chen. Since he had already revealed his feelings for him, Long Chen was too lazy to act polite. Long Chen's meaning was clear. If you want the complete technique, you'll need to risk being cheated again. You could refuse, but if you do, then that price you paid before would be wasted on 2 useless rocks. Even if Elder Sun reported this matter to the monastery, Long Chen could say that this trade was to be paid in installments or even just make up something ridiculous. With the backing he had from the sect leader and Tu Feng, no one would purposely make things hard for him. In the end, nothing would happen to him. At this point, both parties had obtained half of what they wanted from the other party. But Long Chen had gained a huge advantage. With just those 2 stones, it was impossible to figure out the complete technique, and so they were useless. But Long Chen had obtained a huge number of precious medicinal ingredients. Those were treasures that had their own value. And so Elder Sun really didn't have much of a choice. He looked from that black stone to the list. Fine, I agree. But you have to swear that once I obtain those things, you have to hand over what's in your hand right now. Elder Sun grit his teeth. This time the medicinal ingredients on the list were a bit less than previously. However, their quality was also a level higher. He knew that the price this time wouldn't be much lower than the last time. In fact, it might even be a bit greater. And so if he did agree, then all his lifetime savings would be gone. But if he refused, then half of his savings would have disappeared for nothing. He was unwilling for that to happen. Fine, Long Chen, swear that if Elder Sun can gather everything on this list without one missing, I will definitely hand over what is in my hand to Elder Sun. If I violate this oath, let me be struck by heavenly lightning, swore Long Chen. The heavenly lightning oath was an extremely poisonous oath amongst people. If you broke it, your soul would scatter and you would never reincarnate. Only after Long Chen swore this oath did Elder Sun let out a breath of relief. He took the list and left. But as he left, his expression was incredibly ugly, so gloomy that he looked like someone who had just heard news that his parents had died. Long Chen, what are you doing? Tang Wana had forgotten her embarrassment now. Just now, Elder Sun had been on the verge of going out of control. In fact, Tang Wana had almost reflexively attacked first. Qing Yu was also terribly frightened. She wasn't a favored and was just an ordinary inner disciple. There was no way for her to resist Elder Sun's pressure, and so she was a bit pale. It's nothing. That old fellow wants me as master. But how could there be such a good thing? Does he think I'll take just any apprentice? So I gave him some missions. If he makes me pleased, I'll give him a taste of my amazingness and permit him to call himself my apprentice. But who would have thought this bastard only just made some achievements before wanting more from me? How absurd. Long Chen managed to spout a bunch of rubbish as soon as he opened his mouth. Tang Wana suddenly thought of what he had done and suspiciously glanced at that black zirconium. Suddenly she realized what he was doing. No wonder you were laughing so wickedly back then. Just like I thought, Long Chen, you're really trying to cheat Elder Sun. Are you not afraid of his reprisal? Tang Wana was extremely worried. She knew Long Chen's temperament. He was someone who would cheat someone until they were dead. Qi Xian was a good example. Ugh, calling it cheating makes it sound so unpleasant. This is clearly just an equal trade. I'm passing on my cultivation technique to him. How is that cheating? Long Chen shook his head righteously. As if I'd believe you. Your expression completely sells you out. It's written all over your face. You're definitely being a cheater, exclaimed Tang Wan. No way, it's that obvious. Long Chen put on a shocked expression, causing Tang Waner and Qing Yu to laugh. Some of their worry faded. Tang Waner scolded, "Don't mess around. This is serious." Long Chen was somewhat wronged. I am talking seriously. You're really planning on handing over your complete cultivation technique to him? Curiously asked Tang Wan. Of course. I don't believe you. I really am planning on handing over my complete cultivation technique to him. However, we'll see if he has that sort of fate. Seeing how enigmatic Long Chen was acting, Tang Wan was a bit irritated. She reminded him, "Let me warn you, don't play with fire. It's very dangerous." Looking at Tang Waner's pretty face, Long Chen winked. Then let me warn you, don't play with fire. It's very dangerous. The same words, but completely different meanings. That flirtation in Long Chen's words were obvious, and Tang Waner immediately became as red as an apple when she thought of their kiss. She quickly hid herself back in her room, tightly locking the door. Let me warn you, don't play with fire. It's very dangerous. Qing Yu solemnly warned Long Chen. Long Chen immediately began to sweat. This time it seemed he had ended up jumping into his own trap. He hastily said, "Yes, I will carefully follow Sister Qing Yu's instructions." In the following 2 days, Long Chun continued to refine medicinal powders. During this time, the entire monastery was deathly silent. Whether it was the new disciples or the old disciples, they were all in seclusion. They probably wouldn't come out for a whole month. They had to properly absorb the benefits from their experience in this battle. That would solidify their foundation as well as temper their Tao hearts. After those 2 days, Elder's son returned. Chapter 281. Cheated once, cheated twice. This time, Long Chen and Elder's son decided to go to a small valley a bit further from the monastery for their transaction. Long Chen noticed that Elder's son seemed to have lost a great deal of weight. He hastily congratulated Elder's son on his weight loss. Elder's son didn't say a single thing. Throwing a spatial ring to Long Chen, his eyes were completely red, looking like they might spit flames at any moment. Elder's son really was pained enough to die. Long Chen had requested only extremely precious medicinal ingredients, and there had even been requirements on their age. Although in terms of quantity it had been only a third of the first list, its price had been even greater than the last time. To obtain these medicinal ingredients, he had used up the rest of all his merit points that he had saved for decades. Elder's son even suspected that Long Chen precisely knew how many merit points he had had. These 2 sets had cost him practically everything. Of his tens of thousands of merit points, less than 500 remained now. His heart was practically dripping blood. If Long Chen dared trick him again, he wouldn't care about any price to kill Long Chen. Seeing the piles of medicinal ingredients in the spatial ring, Long Chen smiled brightly. He immediately handed over a black zirconium. Elder's son received and saw there was another ancient character on the back. Superior. How domineering. Elder's son delighted. But then when he flipped it over, his expression changed and he roared, "Why is there nothing on here?" This black zirconium only had a single character written on its back. There wasn't the slightest thing written on the front. Originally, Long Chen had been planning on putting something there, but he hadn't had the time. Back in Phoenix Cry, he had gone to the Huayun Pavilion and bought 4 black zirconiums. Although black zirconium was ancient, it wasn't very valuable. Long Chen had bought them just to cheat Elder's son. That old fellow had targeted him several times for his 9-star hegemon body art. The last time, he had even drawn over a corrupt elder to kill him. If it hadn't been for Chu Yao's help at the end, he would have died. Although Tu Fang had then planned on punishing him for Long Chen knew that the worst punishment Tu Fang could give was to expel him from the monastery. Just being expelled from the monastery was far from enough to allay Long Chen's hatred. If he wanted his technique, then he could have it. Long Chen had drawn in the meridian circulation method of the 9-star hegemon body art. Originally, he had been planning on splitting the full diagram over 4 rocks. It was said that black zirconium was something that required the carver to be at least at the Xiantian realm. However, that wasn't a problem for Long Chen. Although he couldn't directly carve anything onto black zirconium, he could draw onto it. Long Chen had used an extremely bizarre pill formula in his pill god memories to make a mysterious stone rotting extract. This stone rotting extract came from ancient times. Large sects had huge stone steels and monuments. Some were so large they were thousands of meters high. In order to carve words into them, it not only required a great deal of power, it also required a powerful tool. But not only that, the carver couldn't make a single mistake when carving. A single monument might require tens of thousands of words. If the carver made a mistake, wouldn't the entire monument be ruined? It wasn't as if the carvers were God. No one would do something so foolish. And so the ancient era's tablets were not directly carved. The characters were first drawn on, and after making sure there were no mistakes, they would use stone rotting extract to soften the rock. Stone rotting extract was extremely miraculous. Its corrosive nature wasn't permanent. It would only soften the rock for a moment. Once it was removed, the rock would return to its original hardness. And most interesting of all, rocks that had been softened with stone rotting extract would all possess an ancient aura. When Long Chen had drawn on these black zirconiums, He had kept his divine ring released, letting its aura permeate into his strokes. That was to make it possible to sense the 9-star He Gem Embody Art's aura from these rocks. After he managed to complete one of those ancient treasures, Long Chen would then polish it up, soaking the new carvings with medicinal liquid until it was impossible to tell that those lines were newly added. Long Chen had really put in a lot of effort for this plot. After he had finished the first piece, he had gone straight to Elder's son to offer him the bait. However, he hadn't expected Elder's son to be so efficient. He had only just finished the second stone before he returned. The day Elder's son came to rage to Long Chen about the diagram being incomplete, Long Chen had only managed to carve a single word on the back of the third stone. Originally, Long Chen had been planning on immediately going to finish the carving that very day, but in the end, he had changed his mind. That's because there was never supposed to be anything carved there. Long Chen shook his head. "What do you mean?" raged Elder's son, tightly clenching his fists. "What I mean is that the front of this stone was always blank, and that it is supposed to be blank." "Nonsense. You said that your cultivation technique was split into an upper, middle, and lower portion. You said you'd hand over the middle portion once I got all these medicinal ingredients. Did you forget your oath? Looks like you really are getting old. Then according to how you put it, then yes, the cultivation technique is split into an upper, middle, and lower portion. But when did I ever say that I would give you the middle portion? All I swore was that I would hand over what was in my hand back then. And yes, this is precisely what I was holding back then." Back then, Long Chen really had been holding this half-finished product. It was really simply that Elder's son had assumed it to be the middle portion. Realizing he had been defrauded again, Elder's son was no longer able to hold back. He shot forward, a claw reaching at Long Chen. "Little bastard, die!" Long Chen was long since prepared for this. He summoned out his divine ring, and a star appeared in his eyes, his aura exploding. Boom! Devil Decapitator slashed onto Elder's son's hand. The ground beneath their feet split. The two of them were both sent flying back. Neither of them had had any advantage just now. Long Chen was delighted to find that although his cultivation base hadn't grown, his physical body had grown quite a bit stronger after experiencing that huge battle. Long Chen pointed Devil Decapitator at Elder's son. "You should give up. First of all, you can't kill me, so this is futile. Secondly, if we continue fighting, all that will do is draw other monastery elders over. You won't have any chance." He didn't have Chu Yao's assistance and his spiritual qi would be limited, making it so he couldn't fight for long. But even if he couldn't defeat Elder's son, couldn't he simply run? Furthermore, this place wasn't far from the monastery. If the two of them really went all out fighting, that would definitely attract the monastery's attention. At that time, Long Chen would still be safe. Even if this whole matter was reported to the sect leader, the cause of all of this was still Elder's son's greed over Long Chen's cultivation technique. It was very likely the final result would be that Elder's son would be expelled from the monastery without gaining anything. Even if it came to light that Long Chen had baited him, he had still baited him honestly. Furthermore, both the sect leader and Tu Feng were clearly on Long Chen's side. Elder's son could forget about getting anything like that. "Long Chen, just what do you want to hand over your entire cultivation technique to me?" Elder's son did his best to calm down. "The prescription has already been prepared. All you need to do is gather all the medicines on this list." Long Chen sent a piece of paper floating towards Elder's son. When Elder's son saw that page, he immediately coughed up blood. That was the third prescription page. Elder's son grabbed it and didn't even glance at the medicinal ingredients on the sheet before tearing it to pieces. "Do you think I'm an idiot? You think I'll be cheated by you again and again?" raged Elder's son. "Young people shouldn't get angry so easily. Stay calm, stay cool-headed. This time I swear that if you can obtain all the medicinal ingredients on that list, I will definitely hand over my entire cultivation technique to you. Did you hear? The whole thing." Another page appeared in Long Chen's hand and he sent it flying to Elder's son. It was as if he had long since known that Elder's son would go crazy. This second page was the exact same as the first one Elder Sun had torn up. Elder Sun took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the urge to tear this page to pieces again. His hands trembled as he took that page. The reason he used both hands to receive that page wasn't because of any respectful two-handed etiquette, but because his hands were trembling too hard. Bastard, I really will kill you. The Qilin fruit went extinct in ancient times. Let alone the monastery, not even the super monastery could possibly have it. You're clearly doing this on purpose. So it really is like that? Long Chen was disappointed. As he had thought, the Alioth pill's main medicinal ingredient, the Qilin fruit, was the most difficult one to find. Fine, then you don't need to get the Qilin fruit. Just gather the other 6 medicinal ingredients. I can't buy these. I'm broke. Well then, I can only regretfully tell you that our trade is over. Long Chen shook his head with great regret. You. Don't try acting like you're suffering such a loss. I, Long Chen, will swear to the heavens to hand over my cultivation technique. There are a total of 4 stones that my cultivation technique is split over. I don't know why one of them was just nothing, but my guess is that this stone was required in order for the cultivation technique's name to be complete. Your luck was just bad that day. I just randomly took out that one, and you actually said you had to have it, so I also couldn't say anything. But even so, you won't lose out. You've already obtained the majority of the cultivation technique. Perhaps with your schemes and plotting, you can figure out the whole thing one day. If one day isn't enough, then try a year. If a year isn't enough, try a lifetime. If you can't figure it out, you can leave it to your descendants to figure it out. In any case, you'll definitely never be bored. You can just treat those stones as toys for your children. Listening to Long Chen's ridicule, Elder Sun was about to explode. Looking at that page, he took a deep breath. You swear that you'll hand over your complete cultivation technique without hiding the slightest bit. I swear, said Long Chen solemnly. Fine, then I'll believe you one last time. If you dare trick me again, then even if I die, I'll definitely bring you down with me. Elder Sun clenched his teeth. Then don't worry, I really don't feel like dying with an idiot like you. Over the next few days, Long Chen really was busy. He had to abide by his promise and finish carving the rest of his cultivation technique. But this time Elder Sun was much slower. It was only over 10 days later that he came to find Long Chen again. Chapter 282 Superior Must Kill Rebel. Long Chen, if you're tricking me again, I'll definitely kill you. At this time, Elder Sun's eyes were completely red and he looked incredibly gloomy. He almost looked like a corpse that had been revived due to his unresolved resentment. Long Chen had only listed 7 ingredients for him to find this time, and one of those, the Qilin fruit, had been removed. But those remaining 6 ingredients were incredibly ancient, ingredients that were rarely seen. Even the Shen-Tian Supermonastery, a sect that had existed for tens of thousands of years, only had a small amount of them. And due to how few they had, the price was incredibly high. Those 6 types of ingredients had cost pretty much the same as the ones on the last list. Elder Sun had already ended up using all his merit points. But in order to gain the complete cultivation technique from Long Chen, he actually sold off all his secret tomes, precious treasures, and medicinal pills to other elders. Even his main sword was sold off. Other than his immortal cave, he basically didn't own anything. Only by selling everything he owned did he manage to gather everything on Long Chen's list. Elder Sun was filled with hatred and resentment. He had sold off everything just for Long Chen's cultivation technique. Don't worry, I, Long Chen, am not someone who doesn't keep his promises. Long Chen examined this new spatial ring and saw that Elder Sun had really gathered all the Alioth pill's main ingredients for him. The Alioth pill's formula was extremely complicated, but now he had everything except the main Qilin fruit. Seeing that the amount and age of all the ingredients was right, Long Chen took out one final black zirconium and gave it to Elder Sun. Our trade and business is now over. Goodbye. Long Chen was filled with delight as he left. That black zirconium was the same as the last ones. But there were even more lines on this one. On the back was a single character. Must. Superior must kill rebel. What a domineering name. Elder Sun went crazy with joy. He had finally obtained the complete technique. But within his joy was also a cold hatred. Looking at the direction Long Chen had left, he icily said, "Long Chen, just wait. My things aren't so easy to take." Elder Sun also left, returning to his immortal cave to train. Over the next few days, the monastery gradually became livelier. As the secluded disciples gradually came out, the monastery became bustling with activity again. Tu Feng was delighted to see that the majority of these disciples had all advanced at least one level while in seclusion. Of their 800 remaining new disciples, over half of them had advanced to the fourth heaven stage of tendon transformation. As for Yi Zhiqiu, Gu Yang, Song Mingyuan, and the other core disciples, they had advanced to the fifth heaven stage. And most terrifying of all would have to be Tangwan. She had somehow unconsciously broken through to the sixth heaven stage. She was just one step from the late tendon transformation realm. Currently, Tangwaner was new disciple with the highest cultivation base. But many people attributed her fast advancement to her absorbed Dao mark. That was because Tangwaner had candidly said that after absorbing that Dao mark, she had clearly felt that she didn't have any bottlenecks when advancing and that her foundation had become completely stable. And most terrifying of all, after absorbing that Dao mark, her wind energy had changed. Her wind blades had used to have a white color within them, but now they were completely transparent. She could strike like lightning without a trace. Enemies would be killed by her wind blades before even realizing what was happening. That was how terrifying favored were. Some people guessed that the current Tangwano might even be stronger than Yin Luo had been. That was because Yin Luo had only been at the peak of early tendon transformation back then, while Tangwaner had reached the peak of mid-tendon transformation. However, when people brought up Yin Luo's final attack, they all became quiet. Yin Luo's final attack really had been too terrifying. Long Chen and Mo Nian had gone all out and only barely managed to receive it. But it was obvious to everyone that amongst this new generation of disciples, Long Chen and Tangwaner were definitely the strongest. As for which one of them was exactly stronger, no one would know without the two of them fighting. But to have Long Chen and Tangwaner fight against each other would be too difficult. The flirty romance between the two of them was something almost everyone in the monastery was aware of. Other than Long Chen and Tangwaner, the next strongest person would have to be Gu Yang. After Long Chen had given him Yin Luo's golden spear, his combat ability had soared to a new level. At the beginning he hadn't been able to wield it, but once he reached the fifth heaven stage, he managed to activate the spear's runes and could just barely use it. Before that, Yi Zhiqiu had been able to use her ice energy to just barely suppress him slightly. But because of the weapon advantage of their 3 duels afterwards, Gu Yang had won too, succeeding in climbing slightly ahead of Yi Zhiqiu. The monastery's core disciples had now been split into 3 levels. The first level was Tangwaner and Long Chen, who stood at the very peak. The two of their combat abilities were something everyone had gotten bored of discussing. That was because they simply weren't on the same level as the others. The second level would have to be Zhiqiu and Gu Yang. The two of them were definitely at least a level stronger than the other core disciples. And then the third level contained all the remaining core disciples. That was because the remaining core disciples were roughly on the same level. As for who would beat who, that would depend greatly on luck. No one was bored enough to go calculate those odds of who could beat who. Furthermore, Long Chen had told everyone to cut down on the duels and competitions because that would end up dulling their sharpness. If it had been before the battle, they would not have understood what he meant. But after experiencing that huge battle, they all comprehended what he was saying. That huge battle had taught them that a martial competition and a battle were 2 completely different concepts. A competition was just flashy but essentially useless. But a battle only had one goal. As soon as you entered a battle, your goal would be take your enemy's life. If you didn't take their life, they would take your life. And that was often a deciding factor in the righteous and corrupt battles. The righteous path had a huge numbers superiority, but they were still often defeated by the corrupt path. That was because they were too used to the fighting style of a martial competition. As for the corrupt path, they didn't care about what flashy moves you could use, what origin you had, etc. As soon as they attacked, they would aim to take your life. They had just experienced that kind of intense battle where only the most vicious and most ruthless people lived. Long Chen had ordered them not to compete amongst each other so that they would be able to better remember that kind of battle feeling. After all, in a competition, it wasn't allowed to really use your most powerful attacks. You also couldn't really treat your opponent as an enemy. And so a competition wasn't really a good method to raise combat strength. In fact, it might even sharply lower your killing power. But the core disciples were an exception to this. They had a greater comprehension over battle now, and it was easier for them to differentiate their competition fighting style and their battle fighting style. That was why Long Chen had set down a rule that they could only compete amongst each other if they could easily enter a ruthless battle state. Otherwise, they should just patiently wait and try to absorb the benefits of that battle. In the hearts of all these disciples, Long Chen was essentially a god. They might have the guts to not listen to the sect leader's orders, but Long Chen's words were divine orders that no one would dare ignore. And so even as many people came out of seclusion, they mostly chose to continue solidifying their foundations. Sometimes they would gather together to brag about their contributions in that huge battle. That battle had definitely gone into the monastery's history. It would be a legendary battle that could not be more legendary. Even once they one day parted and perhaps went back to their families, they would still be able to be prideful and tell everyone around them that they had been a member of that huge battle. Other than just needing to solidify their foundation, they temporarily didn't need to cultivate. After all, cultivation was something that had its own rhythm. If you forced it, it wouldn't be beneficial to you. Long Chen had spent several days in his room refining medicinal powders, refining day and night. With the flame salamander's blue flame, refining those powders wasn't difficult at all for him. The main thing was that it was just too boring. Even with his willpower, constantly refining mountains of medicinal powders made him want to vomit. But there was no way around that. A large portion of these were ingredients required for the Alioth pill. If he prepared them all properly like this, then as soon as he managed to find a Qilin fruit, he would be able to refine the Alioth pill. This was to save him time in the future. For some reason, Long Chen was feeling as if time was becoming more and more pressing. It was like some kind of threat was steadily approaching him. The pressure almost made it hard for him to breathe. After half a month, Long Chen finally finished refining all those medicinal ingredients. The second day after he exited seclusion, a disciple ran up to him with a letter. Long Chen was surprised to see that it was from Senior Apprentice Brother One. The letter said he had some things to discuss with him, but the letter didn't say what those things were. A strange expression appeared on Long Chen's face. He shook his head. This kind of intelligence really is too low. Is he some legendary super idiot? A flame appeared in his hand that immediately burnt that letter to ashes. Long Chen rested for a short time, recovering from his exhaustion. 6 hours later, Long Chen arrived at the place Senior Apprentice Brother One had indicated in his letter. He was currently in a valley. This place was far away enough from the monastery that even if a battle occurred here, the monastery wouldn't be able to sense it. This was a perfect place to kill someone. "Ah, Long Chen, you really came?" A voice rang out from not far behind him. Long Chen smiled mockingly. He didn't even turn back, helplessly saying, "You feigned that Senior Apprentice Brother One wanted to see me here? I find you really are becoming more and more childish." "Childish? Haha, but haven't you come anyways?" Elder Sun laughed heartily, filled with an indescribable excitement. "The reason I came is because I wanted to see what you're planning. There's not that many people around that can make me laugh like you. Normally I wouldn't refuse a chance to laugh like this." Long Chen seemed very interested in what Elder Sun was doing. "Laugh? Ha, keep dreaming." Killing intent overflowed from Elder Sun's eyes. "Did you think I'd just let you off after you cheated me of all my lifetime savings? Haha, unfortunately for you, I actually have to thank you. That cultivation technique you gave me really was the real thing. Now this old man will let you die a happy death by using that powerful cultivation technique to kill you. Boom! Elder Sun's aura surged and the ground beneath his feet cracked apart. A huge cyclone appeared behind his back. Chapter 283 Die Aggrieved. Elder Sun's aura surged out, and a huge cyclone appeared behind him. That cyclone was only a couple dozen meters in diameter, and furthermore, it wasn't a perfect circle. Instead, it seemed to be squashed slightly. Most importantly, that cyclone was a cyclone, and completely different from Long Chen's divine ring. Long Chen's divine ring was translucent, its light similar to a rainbow. But this cyclone Elder Sun had condensed was vaguely solid, almost like kanji. Long Chen's jaw dropped. Looking at that divine ring behind Elder Sun, he was filled with disbelief. Seeing Long Chen's shock, Elder Sun laughed madly. How is it? Are you shocked? This superior must-kill rebel divine technique you taught me is 100 times stronger in my hands. Elder Sun could sense that after the divine ring behind him appeared, all the surrounding spiritual chi could be absorbed by him. That was something fundamentally impossible for him to do previously. With such a cultivation technique, his cultivation speed would skyrocket. Most importantly, he had been stuck at the peak of bone forging for many years now. But once he had formed this divine ring, he had clearly felt his bottleneck loosen a great deal. According to his estimation, it wouldn't be long before he could advance to meridian opening, becoming an expert on the same level as Tu Feng. Then he could roam anywhere under the heavens. In fact, he was even having an urge to start up his own sect. With that kind of strength, he was qualified to start up a second-tier sect. Why would he need to be mistreated here? And so the first thing he thought of was Long Chen. Just thinking of Long Chen made clench his teeth in anger. He knew Long Chen's relationship with senior apprentice brother Wan was pretty good. Currently senior apprentice brother Wan was in seclusion, and so he had just gotten a worker to secretly send Long Chen a letter for Long Chen to meet him here. And Long Chen had actually come to meet him. That delighted Elder Sun. As long as he could kill Long Chen now, he could keep this cultivation technique secret to himself. Long Chen looked at Elder Sun with a complicated expression. He sighed. How did you end up doing this? Of course I just followed that cultivation technique you gave me. Did you really think I was senile? I easily saw through your little trick, sneered Elder Sun. What do you mean? What do I mean? Hee, the technique you gave me really is not bad. You deliberately marked what direction I was supposed to circulate my chi. When I saw that, I was extremely curious why you would so meticulously mark that. Then I realized you were trying to trick me, and that the path you indicated had been reversed. I've lived for almost 100 years. Did you think your insignificant trick would work on me? I tested that reversed circulation path, and as I expected, it worked perfectly. Brat, now you can die contentedly, said Elder Sun sinisterly. Long Chen really was absolutely shocked. In reality, the technique he had given Elder Sun had been completely real. The circulation path had also been completely correction. But this old fellow hadn't trusted him and had actually modified a part of it. It was no wonder his divine ring was so bizarre. Long Chen sighed. Looks like in your pettiness, you ended up misjudging me. The cultivation technique I gave you was completely real. I didn't modify any of it. Do you think saying these things right before you die will change anything? Long Chen was too lazy to bother with him. But this Elder Sun really was a prodigy. Even though he was circulating the technique in reverse, he was still able to form a divine ring. That really was out of his expectations. Elder Sun's aura was incredibly powerful now. It was at least several times stronger than before. With that kind of strength, he absolutely could easily kill Long Chen. And yet Long Chen's expression didn't contain the slightest panic. He was completely calm, with only a trace of pity. Did you know? As soon as I received your letter, I knew that it was you. Senior apprentice brother one has just been promoted to become an elder. If he really wanted to talk to me, he definitely wouldn't arrange for a meeting like this. He would have paid a personal visit, said Long Chen. Hee, unfortunately you've still come, said Elder's son disdainfully. That's right, I still came. That's because I'm very curious why someone who should have already died was still able to fake a letter. That's why I came. What do you mean? Elder's son first stiffened before raging. What I mean is that you should have already died. The fact that you've alive is quite surprising to me, so I wanted to come take a look, explained Long Chen. Elder's son didn't know why, but looking at Long Chen's calm expression, he felt a trace of terror. Stop wasting time. Just die. Elder's son roared and his aura exploded out. He sent a palm crashing at Long Chen. Bang! Blood spurted through the air. Elder's son blankly stared at his own body. He was now lying on the ground. From the chest down, his body had completely disappeared. The ground around him was covered with blood and flesh. Long Chen slowly moved aside a large shield he had just placed in front of him. Looking at the gore on the shield, he hesitated for a moment before just directly throwing the shield away. What is going on? Elder's son only had 2 arms and a head now. An ordinary cultivator would definitely be dead already, but Elder's son was bone forging expert, and there was a great deal of energy contained within his arms. He would be able to hang on for a moment. However, he was definitely doomed to die for sure now. The energy in his arms would only be enough to sustain him for a short moment. Really, why bother? The technique I gave you was completely correct. If you had just cultivated in it properly, you would have gotten to die within your own home. But by circulating the chi in reverse and then calling me out here, were you planning on disgusting me one last time with your death? Long Chen, I admit defeat. I'm about to die, so can you at least let me understand my own death? Elder's son was completely ashen now. He felt as if he had died too wrongly. His last desire was to know why he had died. Long Chen hesitated for a moment. In reality, Long Chen truly detested this fellow. In fact, Elder's son had just been wanting to kill him. With his temperament, did Elder's son really think Long Chen gave a damn if he died without understanding? But looking at the current Elder's son, a grand 8-temper bone forging expert, dying just like this, Long Chen couldn't help sighing. In truth, you just died because of your greed. In this world, there are some things that will never be yours, and if forcibly try to take them, you'll end up like you are right now. Have you not heard that I'm a cultivator without a spirit root? In reality, I don't just not have a spirit root, I also don't have a dantian. My cultivation technique is something only people without a dantian can cultivate in. People with a dantian who attempt to reach chi condensation with this technique will be like an ignited firecracker, and their dantian will automatically explode. If you had just followed the correct circulation, you would have had just the slightest chance to survive. But even if you could survive, your dantian definitely would not have. But you decided to think yourself smart, training in it with a reverse circulation. That resulted in that incredibly weird cyclone ring of yours. You thought that weird cyclone was correct. I'd guess that as soon as you succeeded, you didn't even test your power before impatiently asking me to come here. That little circle of yours might have appeared formidable, but that's just an outer force. As soon as you attempted to use it, that had required your dantian. The instant your dantian attempted to draw its power, that outer power flooded your dantian, and then, bang! You explode. Long Chen had really given him the correct circulation path of the 9-star hegemon body art. But that circulation method was only for use in chi condensation. It was something that was used for preparing to condense the Feng Fu star. Elder's son naturally didn't know that there could be someone who could cultivate without a dantian. And so he had attempted to modify the technique. Long Chen really had to admire Elder's son's stupid courage. To be able to form that weird ring by reversing the flow of chi was definitely not bad. Long Chen really had not expected that. Long Chen went and grabbed Elder's son's spatial ring. He took out the 4 black zirconiums, placing them on the ground. Look carefully at these 4 words, said Long Chen. Must kill rebel superior. Are you an idiot? Elder's son finally realized the truth. He had really completely fallen for Long Chen's trap. Glaring at Long Chen, his eyes were filled with hatred and unwillingness. Long Chen, you little bastard, you're just a devil. Even when I'm dead, I'll definitely still haunt you in the middle of the night. Just you wait. Elder's son finally ran out of energy, dying. But even after he died, his eyes were still ferociously glaring at Long Chen. Patting off the dust, Long Chen muttered to himself, "Damn it, why does everything always happen to me? Even in death, he still wants to scare me. Too bad for you, but my gut's not that weak." Looking around, he found a hole and directly tossed Elder Son's remaining corpse inside. Then he just randomly kicked a bit of dirt into the hole, burying him. You're definitely just a piece of crap, but once a person dies, all their debts are over. Luckily for you, you at least gave me some good stuff before dying. So I won't bicker with you. I'll bury you here, and the business between us is settled. If you really refuse to accept that and become some evil spirit, come find me at any time. I'll definitely teach you a couple new techniques that will let you really rest in peace. Long Chen didn't waste any more time here and returned to the monastery. Within this secluded valley, occasionally bursts of autumn wind would blow by, almost sounding like a sobbing sound. 3 days later, the monastery sent out news that Elder's son had disappeared. But there wasn't much shock towards his disappearance. That was because Tu Feng had announced that Elder's son had already resigned from his elder position and left voluntarily. That caused everyone to feel that it was no wonder Elder's son had been acting oddly the past few days. He had constantly been rushing around, and he had even sold off his possessions for low prices. It seemed he had decided to change jobs. As for why he wanted to change jobs, nobody found it that odd. Ever since his display in that battle, his status had plummeted. His reward was cut in half, and his lucrative post as head of Xiantian Pavilion had also been taken away. It was obvious that there was no further path of advancement for him within the Xiantian monastery. The fact that he would leave was just normal. Although Tu Feng didn't know how Elder's son had just disappeared, Tu Feng could guess that it was just his fate. Elder's son must not have wanted to have a long life since he had dared to fight against a divergent. And so Tu Feng had suppressed this matter, not wanting it to affect the monastery's regular operations. Long Chen was also well aware of that. He suspected that Tu Feng had figured out some clues, but he also didn't care. It had already been a month since the battle, and everyone's cultivation bases had been soaring. But he was still stuck in the same bottleneck. That was definitely unacceptable. He had to cultivate. After saying goodbye to Tang Wana, Long Chen went alone to a familiar mountain which black clouds always gathered around. Chapter 284. Something big has happened. Long Chen arrived at a familiar, bare mountaintop. Looking up the sky covered in black thunderclouds, he sighed. His cultivation base was completely stuck in a bottleneck he could not advance past, and he also couldn't find the Qilin fruit. The best thing he could do is come up with some alternative methods to raise his strength. Last time when he had fought Yin Luo, he had essentially exhausted all his thunder force. And since he had been so busy buying medicinal ingredients during this time, he hadn't had the time to go recover that thunder force. Now that he finally had a break, he came to this place. Long Chen's thunder force was something merged within his blood. It would require a large deal of time and energy to replenish it through normal means. Only by properly feeding his thunder force runes would they produce more thunder force for him. Rather than wasting time and energy on that, Long Chen preferred to just directly gather more lightning. With Long Chen's character, if he could accomplish something lying down, then he definitely wouldn't bother sitting up. Completing tasks in the quickest, safest manner was the way of a king. Long Chen took out a kite 3 feet long. This kite was extremely special though. It was made entirely of iron. It was something Long Chen had asked Guoran to make for him. The wings had 36 sets of springs. When the wind blew by those springs, it would cause them to constantly compress and decompress, allowing the kite to fly stably in the air. Once it was in the air, it wasn't like other kites. It wouldn't need someone to constantly change its direction. Guoran estimated that as long as it was anchored to the ground and that there was wind in the sky, this kite could stay up forever. Furthermore, Long Chen's kite string was also very special and made of an especially tough steel wire. It was both slender and durable. Long Chen quickly got the kite in the air, bringing it to a height of 3,000 meters. That was where the thunderclouds were densest. Occasionally, lightning would strike the kite, and a powerful thunder force would pass on down the kite string. But this thunder force didn't cause any injuries to Long Chen. In fact, this level of thunder force was actually relaxing for him. The thunder force runes in his blood were like hungry wolves that had been awakened, crazily devouring this new energy. As for the kite, even in the midst of all that lightning, it was only trembling slightly. There was no sign of it being damaged whatsoever. Seems that Guoran's devices are trustworthy. This brother of his was surprisingly reliable in this aspect. He found a boulder and tied the string onto it. He then took out a jar and poured in jade butterfly queen bee honey. He lay back on the boulder, a straw connecting his mouth to the jar. With the sweetness in the mouth and the gentle massage on his back from the thunder force, Long Chen felt like he might float to the heavens. This must be how gods and immortals cultivate. Long Chen was deeply moved. The thunder force in the sky was constantly being conducted down onto his body, allowing the thunder force in his body to quickly replenish. And after experiencing this exhaustion and replenishment, his thunder force runes had grown slightly in size. Perhaps such a lazy cultivation method was something only Long Chen could think of. Other than his thunder force, Long Chen didn't have any other way to increase his strength. He was prepared to cultivate here until the Jiuli's secret realm opened. Although he hadn't obtained a chosen disciple position, he naturally had gotten a core disciple position. There was no way he lacked the qualifications to enter. Long Chen naturally didn't like having to spend all day watching others bitterly cultivate and their strength constantly rising. He decided to just stay here the entire time. And so a month passed just like that. Long Chen's blood was crazily roaring as the thunder force runes in his body continuously surged. During this month, Long Chen had spent day and night being tempered by that thunder force. The runes in his blood had also grown slightly over this time. Naturally, Long Chen felt a corresponding increase in the strength of his thunder force as well. Back when Long Chen had fought with Yin Luo, he had released a thunder force attack. But he hadn't managed to control it properly and it had ended up dispersing. And yet its power had still been terrifying. If Yin Luo hadn't taken out a precious treasure at that time, he most definitely would have died. Now Long Chen's thunder force was even stronger than back then. These thunder force runes were like little house pets he had raised. As long as Long Chen wished it, he would be able to unleash their power. Furthermore, as those runes grew stronger, his control also increased. In the future, his attacks probably wouldn't go out of his control and disperse like last time. With a final explosive sound from the sky, the black clouds disappeared, leaving behind only sunlight and regular, white clouds. Tisich, after a month, all the thunder force has been used up. Long Chen couldn't help sighing. He had really overfished the thunder force here. Last time he had absorbed away over half the thunder force here. But now he had spent a whole month, absorbing day and night. All of it was gone now. Long Chen estimated that it would require several months, and perhaps even a whole year, for the thunder force here to finally recover to its original level. Patting off some dust, he cupped his fists towards those powerless clouds in thanks. When Long Chen returned to the monastery, they went straight for the Xiantian pavilion. He was planning on choosing a couple battle skills. Normally, Long Chen mostly relied on his Feng Fu battle armor as well as Split the Heavens. But those two were just too exhausting, especially Split the Heavens. No matter how much energy he had, Split the Heavens would always use up everything he had. Back when he had fought Yin Luo and had Chu Yao's with Spirit Union, his energy had been 10 times what it was normally. After fighting Yin Luo for a while, when Yin Luo had finally used his last attack, Long Chen estimated that the energy remaining in the 3 leaves on his back had still been 4 or 5 times what he normally possessed. But all that energy had all been used up by Split the Heavens. It was clear just how exhausting it was to use. But at the same time, Split the Heavens had never disappointed him. In Yin Luo's final attack, Emon Yen's arrow had only managed to block 30% of it. The remaining 70% had been dealt with by Split the Heavens. Before he managed to condense the Alioth star, Split the Heavens was definitely his strongest trump card. Furthermore, it was like Split the Heavens was a bottomless hole. Long Chen was unable to sense just what class of battle skill it was. To have been able to use a trash garbage pill for this battle skill, Long Chen had really gotten an enormous advantage. Sometimes he would even admire his own business skills. But whether it was his Feng Fu battle armor or Split the Heavens, they were all decisive moves unsuited for prolonged battle. So this time he was looking for some battle skills that used up less energy. It would be best if their consumption was equal with his Divine Ring's energy replenishment. This was actually only the second time he was going to the Shentian Pavilion again, the first time being with Tang Wanner to buy some medicinal ingredients and that expensive spiritual space opening art. In fact, he had spent so much on it that when he had realized how simple it was, he had almost coughed up blood. Later he had never come. One reason was that he was busy, but the other was that he didn't want to come here just to see all the things he couldn't afford to buy. Even later when he had needed medicinal ingredients to refine pills, he had always gotten Tang Wanner to go buy them. He would rather not be vexed by the sight of these things he couldn't afford. The battle skill floor of the Shentian Pavilion had around 30 senior apprentice brothers guarding it. Seeing Long Chen enter, they hastily greeted him. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen. Long Chen was startled, saying, "Senior apprentice brothers, have you made a mistake? You're the senior disciples." Senior apprentice brother Long Chen must not be aware of it, but all disciples in the Shentian monastery call you senior apprentice brother now. Senior apprentice brother is a term of respect. Those who are stronger have to at least be called senior apprentice brother. It has nothing to do with who joined the sect earlier. The strong are the senior disciples. During that battle, senior apprentice brother Long really was too awe-inspiring. That was probably the first time in many years that we all felt our blood surging like that. Those law enforcers were all filled with excitement just from thinking about that battle. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, Elder Tu Feng has already said that all the treasures of the Shentian Pavilion will be open to you for free. You can take whatever you want. One of the law enforcers was more astute and realized Long Chen must be busy and had come here for something. Then I'll have to thank you all. I'll just browse through them. Within Ling Yunzi Immortal Cave, Ling Yunzi had already said that all the monastery's resources would be open to him. Originally, Long Chen had been thinking of just getting medicinal ingredients, but then he had suddenly realized he was being stupid. Of course he had to first take advantage of how many resources Elder's son had had. And so the matter of medicinal ingredients had been resolved easily and quickly, also allowing him to pay back a grudge. He strolled around the Shentian Pavilion for half a day, finding 2 suitable techniques, Violent Gale Saber and Thunderization Art. The 2 of them were both high Earth-class techniques. They cost nearly 2 million points. Long Chen liked using sabers, but he had never trained in any saber arts. When he fought with others, he would always fight head-on, essentially just hacking at them. He had never learned any skillful techniques. So this Violet Gale Saber would definitely be of great assistance to him. As for the Thunderization Art, it was the only lightning attribute cultivation technique in the monastery. That was because people who could control Thunder Force were incredibly rare in this world. They were so few that it was pitiful. When he had found this Thunderization Art, Long Chen had been incomparably excited. When he tried to use Thunder Force, he was only able to control it very simply, and was unable to truly use it properly. But just at the start of this Thunderization Art, he saw many introductions towards methods to use Thunder Force, and it was extremely detailed. It was just what he was lacking. Long Chen couldn't help sighing. The monastery really was amazing with a powerful foundation. Carrying those 2 secret tomes, Long Chen contentedly walked away from the Xiantian pavilion. Long Chen didn't train in these 2 techniques within the monastery, but decided to once more leave for a period. This time he was gone for even longer. He only returned 2 months later. When Long Chen once more returned to the monastery, his blood and qi were soaring. In the last 2 months, he had killed an uncountable number of powerful magical beasts. But when Long Chen returned to the Heaven-Earth faction, he found that it was completely silent. He was completely bewildered. Where was everyone? Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, you came back. Quick, follow me. Something big has happened in the monastery. That you're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.